Hello world, a very good morning to all. Kerala, known for its lush backwaters and serene beauty, has been the leader in terms of human resources and basic amenities. During the COVID crisis, the state has once again proven its progressiveness despite all odds. With an almost 100% of literacy rate and a considerable demographic contribution towards the country's IT workforce, the state boasts of its tech-savvy youth who has proven to be a boon for this small state. The COVID crisis has also brought light on the state's steep climb in number of reported cybercrimes. Cyberdome Kozhikode, part of the Kerala Police initiative to monitor and control cybercrime, has reported more than 50,000 cybercrimes last year. This is incredible. Why? Because we could achieve this only with the help of cyber-aware population of Kerala. Cyberdome Kozhikode is up here with a cyber security summit on real-time scenario with the title Real-Time Real Attack. Cyberdome is a visionary initiative of Kerala Police which help us in preparing ourselves for facing the latest cyber challenges and cybercrime, and also in establishing a better coordination with the various agencies related to the cyber world. Kerala, being an information gateway, plays a leading role in the digital map of the country. The issues in the cyber world cannot be handled by the police department alone, but we require partnership from all the stakeholders in the cyber arena to build a safe and secure cyber world. Cyberdome is such a unique public-private partnership initiative for building a secure cyber world. Cyberdome Kozhikode is the third chapter of Kerala Police Cyberdome. Cyberdome Kozhikode, which is a center for excellence for Kerala Police to meet the long-term security challenges in the digital arena by bridging the gap between latest changes and innovation in the cyberspace and skill set development of Kerala Police, is located at Sahya building of Government Cyber Park, Kozhikode. In combating the emerging cyber threats, it is envisaged as collaboration center for the public and private fraternity to coverage and share information as well as resources that will escalate the safety of our cyberspace. Cyberdome Kozhikode has marked its own identity inside the Kerala Police Department and also among the public. Cyberdome Kozhikode is hosting its second security summit, as first security summit hosted on January 24, 2020 was a huge success. Cyberdome Kozhikode is helping different wings of Kerala Police in solving cases by giving technical support and also having a strong media monitoring team which help the law enforcement agencies to track and collect information using the help of social media, and also combats the crime that target women and children. Now we are heading to the official inaugural launch ceremony of the Cyber Security Summit 2021, that is Real-Time Real Attack, hosted by Cyberdome Kozhikode. I cordially invite Sri Ashok Yadav IPS, Inspector General of Police and Nodal Officer of Kozhikode Cyberdome, to inaugurate Cyber Security Summit.
As the Nodal Officer of Cyberdome, Kozhikode Branch, Kerala Police, I am pleased and honoured to welcome all the participants today to this virtual summit on cyber security themed as 2R, that is real time and real attacks. As you all are aware, Cyberdome is a unique project of Kerala Police initiated on public-private partnership model to meet the long-term security challenges in the digital arena of the modern world. The advancement in the technology and digitalization has been helpful for greater prosperity and stability in the world, but it has also created a new virtual frontier that is required to be secured. The internet as a global platform is facing serious threats which we all need to respond to. The cyber attacks have been growing globally and getting more complex and sophisticated, requiring greater international cooperation with governments, software companies, technological organizations, academic institutions, research groups, and NGOs. Cooperation in cyberspace is a key component to protect and promote an internet that is free, open, stable, and secure. It gives me immense pleasure to be here in the company of experts from India and abroad to deliberate on one of the most serious challenges impacting the economic well-being and security environment of the world today. During the two-day summit, we will have workshops on social engineering, cyber forensics, and presentations from experts from wide variety of topics of interest, ranging from cyber defense, cloud security, social engineering frauds, dark web, and investigations, among others. I am glad that this summit has brought together experts from different fields to exchange views on the current state of technological knowledge available in the cyber security and the measures required to build further capacity in this domain. I am sure that the deliberations during the summit will lead to positive and actionable recommendations towards enhancing our cooperation in this ever-evolving domain for mutual benefit. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Most respected IGP Ashok Yadav sir, IPS, Northern Zone, and my dear friends. Cyberdome Kozhikode is a visionary initiative based on Technological Research and Development Center for Kerala Police Department. This is a public-private partnership for cyber security and a Center for Excellence of Kerala Police to meet the long-term security challenges in the digital arena of the modern world and boost the skilled set of Kerala Police to combat against the emerging cyber threats. Cyberdome Kozhikode hosts a Cyber Security Summit 2021 with its flagship theme of 2R, Real Time and Real Attack, for this year. This summit, planned to conduct virtually, it is a unique event to keep the cyber security community to connect across the globe. As an international standard event, this unique platform allows speakers and attendants to engage and connect with the peers through a wide range of interactive content and networking formats, much like a physical event. Nowadays, cyber attack is a pervasive and insidious in all industries like financial services, retailers, IT, insurance, telecom, healthcare, automotive, governments, etc., and even in the life of normal people. Capture the Flag, CTF, and the workshop will be in the track of real time and real attack. The summit will address topics ranging from cyber defense with the incident response plan, automation and cloud security, digital payments and fraud, data protection framework, dark web and investigations, social engineering fraud, blockchain applications for fraud prevention, new trends in malwares and APT attacks, prevention from fileless and APT attacks, SOAR and MITR framework, telecommunication attacks, advanced persistence, threat intelligence and artificial intelligence, etc. We have intentionally designed our programs to create a trigger in the mind of cyber security enthusiastic to build a safe path in the digitally emerging world. We expect that this innovative virtual conference will inspire, educate, and energize you to create a safe arena in the cyberspace. Thanking you.
Thank you so much for here the program and David Jones IPS.
is all about. The cybersecurity 2021 includes live recorded sessions on various topics like telecommunication, nature and social networks, chapter 1, cloud security, breaking into Android app, sneaker the role of CTF in cyber crisis management, red teaming, web cache policy, modern infrastructure components, cybersecurity trends 2021, social engineering on information security, how having adventure inside the mind of a threat actor beyond pen testing easy image escalation from the best speakers around the globe.
Next, we have a workshop on social engineering at 9:30 p.m. So stay tuned. So now I will give you a brief about the Security Summit. The Cyber Security Summit 2021 brings you live or recorded sessions on various topics like telecommunication, 3G and 4G networks, Tankolix Chapter 1, Cloud Security, Break into Android app, Sniperfish, the role of CERT in and cyber crisis management, red teaming, web cache poisoning, modern infrastructure components, cybersecurity trends 2021, social engineering on information security, car hacking adventure, inside the mind of a threat actor beyond pen testing EC privilege escalation from the best speakers around the globe.
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. This fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന
Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks, develop strategies, and implement best practices. Cyberdome provides holistic and comprehensive IT security services and solutions you can rely on. Our mission is to ensure that business IT infrastructure is equipped with tools and capability to prevent, detect, and remove cyber threats. We are committed to helping organizations plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs through the right combination of information security solutions, services, and products. Cyberdome comprehensive services and IT security solutions include security intelligence solutions that deliver actionable insight into your business, security program strategy, security architecture and implementation, enterprise risk and IT compliance, cyber education, training and awareness, managed security services, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access management, enterprise incident management and response. If you want us to help you plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs that achieve business objectives through our depth and breadth of cybersecurity offerings, please contact us today. The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the Internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches, a compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards, cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world, online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, Total Network Protection.
So as we move on, we open our security summit by social engineering workshop. So what is social engineering? Social engineering is an art of manipulating or tricking people, that means victim, to share the personal data, which is not limited to but also include confidential data such as credentials, credit or debit card details, 2FA codes by making them click on the links, by convincing the victims to perform certain actions on the device, by making them to install malicious applications, etc. The beauty of this whole technique is the person who is persuaded here, that means victim, won't even realize that he or she are doing something which they are not supposed to do. Stopping social engineering attacks requires a cyber defense centered on people, not technology. That includes stopping attacks from reaching their targets and training people to recognize and report any attempts that get through. This session will be handled by Venkatesh Shivakumar. About Venkatesh Shivakumar, he is a security consultant with 7 years of experience. He was one of the top security researchers in Google Vulnerability Reward Program. He acknowledged by 100 plus companies, which includes Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, Yahoo, eBay, etc. He holds OSCP and OSWP certification. He is also known to have authored a few articles for Pent Magazine and Hacking 9. He also has been a speaker at conferences such as NullCon, Cocoon, HITB China, HITB Dubai, Null, and OIWASP Community, etc. Currently, he is active in researching various cyber scams and providing cybercrime awareness to the people through YouTube channel, webinars, etc. Now, I invite and hand over these sessions to Mr. Pranav Venkatesh Shivakumar.
Hello. Hello. Hey guys, good morning to one and all gathered here. So today's session will be on social engineering. It's been already explained by the person who just spoke about the talk and about me. So it's a basic of the social engineering which we will be seeing. The structure of the presentation will go like what is social engineering, and from social engineering we will be traversing through what are the techniques used in social engineering. From there we will be traversing how corporates are getting compromised through social engineering. and from there we will be moving across to the cyber scams, how the scammers are using social engineering techniques to persuade the victims and easily loot money out of them. Okay. So this is a bit about me. So pretty much it was already explained by the person. So I just want to touch on one aspect here. I run a channel called Let's Talk Security, where I share my knowledge about security and spread cybercrime awareness to people. Okay. And this is my website where I also write some security write-ups, and this is my LinkedIn profile. So in case if you people have any doubts related to scams or anything related to cyber security, you can always reach out to me here. So what is social engineering? So we all know that nowadays we are seeing a lot of corporates are getting easily hacked, and even people are losing a lot of money. That too very easily. Not even in a day, you can even come across at least 10 news, or at least in your locality alone, how much people are getting scammed, and how much people are easily getting scammed. Okay. So the thing here is how it is all even possible, how this is all even happening. So what is the reason behind all this? Okay, if you dissect everything, it is just just a manipulation technique utilized by the scammers or the cyber criminals. Okay, so this most of the hacks which are happening nowadays, there are technical hacks. If you weigh the like 50-50 scale, like if you can if you take 100%, and in the 100%, the 50% will go as technical hacks, where the hackers or cyber criminals or these people will be exploiting some vulnerabilities, exploiting some technical issues, writing some 0 days or launching some 0 days, and they will hack the corporate or hack your device or hack your machine or anything. Okay, that's all the technical vulnerabilities we call it as. Okay, the other 50% where falls all, it comes under the social engineering kind of a category, where they use techniques like phishing or spear phishing or vishing, where they will try to attack the human being, that is try to find a loophole through human being, attack the human being. From there they will exploit the other arena of the whole agenda. Okay, so as a simple explanation here, social engineering is an art of manipulating or tricking people in the sense victim, to share their personal data, which is not limited to but also include confidential data such as credentials, credit card, debit card details, two-factor codes, that is two-factor authentication codes, by making them click on links, or by convincing the victims to perform certain actions on the device, or by making them install malicious applications. So these are a very limited description which I have given here, but there are even more sophisticated ways to convince a victim or loot money out of people, or enter into the corporate network easily. So basically, the beauty of this technique is that we won't even realize that we are being scammed, or we won't even realize that we are doing some actions, or we are performing some actions that we are not supposed to do. So that is the whole aspect, because the victim is kind of a blindfolded, and he's been persuaded by the scammer, as you can see in the image. So the scammer might portray himself or herself as something else or someone else, and even through which means you can easily get scammed. Okay, so what are the techniques involved in this social engineering? Like, what are the broad techniques? There are a lot of techniques. There might be even like 15-20 techniques which we can just categorize, keep on going categorize way. So but what are the prime main techniques which are available on social engineering aspect? Okay, so if you see, the first and foremost technique which is still being utilized, though every one of you might have known what is phishing, or it is a very profound thing which everyone nowadays knows it. Okay, phishing means, okay, it is some fake website or fake email, we shouldn't click email, we shouldn't enter any data, things like that. But if you see, phishing is still one of the prevalent social engineering techniques that is still people are being exploited by, or people are being scammed too. Okay, so phishing, you will come across some fake domains, let's say facebook.com. So instead of facebook.com, it could be like face b o o kozhikode.com, where there might be extra over there. Okay, in case if you are not noticing it, or without noticing, and if you are not well aware about whatever the links you are clicking, you might end up typing your credentials in that is fake facebook.com. Okay, so through which the cyber criminal or attacker will get access to your Facebook account, and from there they may do anything else. They might message your contacts, message your friend, try to message your friend to steal that is get money from them, stating that I'm in need of money. So that is one aspect. Not only Facebook.com, there's all the social media platforms. Now, when you get into the corporate, this is where things get very interesting. So when you get into a company, when you are going to work for any company, so what exactly happens is, let's say you're in a corporate setup. Let's say the company is having close to 5,000 employees. Okay, so in the 5,000 employees, though every monthly security trainings are there, every 6 months security trainings are there, awareness training is there. Though it is happening again and again and again, in a 5,000 employee, there are chances easily 10 employee can still fall trap to phishing kind of attack or spear phishing kind of attack. It's all called a spear phishing is a targeted attack. Okay, so it's very prevalent. It's in a 5,000 employee of a size of an organization. Definitely 10 people can be easily targeted and can be used as a target to enter the corporate network or enter the organization in a stealthy manner. Okay. Why this is happening? Because there are a lot of factors associated with it, which we will be discussing in some other slides. But the factor, this is the core important of the technique. This is the core importance why phishing and spear phishing kind of techniques are still even more prevalent even these days, because these are the reality. So in a 5,000 employee organization, you don't need to hack, or you don't need to find a 0-day, or you don't need to find some technical vulnerability. You really don't need to find some very big loophole within the organization to enter the organization. You just need to, that is scammers or cyber criminals, they just need to find a loophole in a person. Okay, in a person who is working in the company. So when they find a loophole in the person who is working in the company, they just enter into the organization in a digital, that is in a virtual manner or in an online manner, through that person. For example, they might have sent an email with an attachment where they might have put like 200K bonus package. That email can even appear like it is coming from CEO or CTO or CFO or even any other senior director or any other big heads of the organization. Okay. So when an employee receives an email like this, if the employee is not properly educated with awareness training and everything, the employee might think, oh, this is some really bonus package from my company and I just need to download it. The moment he downloads it, the files whichever he is receiving, it might be embedded with some malware, any type of malware, which could potentially be a ransomware or any other malware which stealthily move inside network to siphon the data out of the corporate. So all this are possible malware, all are possible there. Okay. So what will happen is, let's say a cyber criminal is attaching a ransomware malware into the PDF or into the Excel file or into the document file and sending across to you. And as an employee of organization, you are thinking, oh, it is coming from my CEO. Let me download it. So you download it and you open it. You think, oh, it's all cool. You might think it's all so legitimate and everything, but you won't even realize that you might have got compromised that moment itself. Okay. And nowadays all the malwares are so sophisticated that they all have very advanced techniques to stealthily move within the network. Most of the even IDS or IPS or any other antivirus or any other detection engines or prevention engines, there are chances even they might fail to pick it up because of the stealthiness they possess, because these cyber criminals are still developing in that way. Okay. So in this case, what will happen is, if a corporate is just compromised with a ransomware, now corporate have no other choice. They just need to pay the ransom. Otherwise, their files will be deleted or gone or encrypted for good. Okay. So that is the reason this phishing and spear phishing is a very one of the important social engineering techniques when it comes to the corporate world or even when it comes to individuality. Let's say someone is sending you a phishing email. with some, let's say, COVID protocol PDF book, something like that. So when you see, oh, it's a COVID protocol, it might be from very authentic government website or something, and if you download it and if you install, that is, if you open it, there are chances even your device can get compromised. Okay, so always be aware of what are you downloading, which website are you entering, and where are you visiting. This is all very important, and you really need to conduct yourself in such a way that whichever the data and whichever the things you're entering into a platform, you just make sure that if it is real, if it is authentic, and if the mail is something which I need to trust. Let's say if the mail is coming from HR department, just phone up your HR and ask to verify if you found it fishy. I'm not asking you to be very much suspicious of all the emails which you are receiving. If you find any email to be kind of fishy or kind of too much of attractiveness in there, where you may not even expected something out of nowhere, something has come to you, that is a right moment. You just take a step back, just call your manager or HR or whoever, and just ask them if their team or someone has sent an email like that. In that way, you can even prevent a big calamity for yourself, one, and also to the organization you are working. Okay. Then the next form of social engineering technique is baiting. So basically, all these social engineering techniques will have a association with each and everything. It's just a terminology which goes by different techniques. But I'm saying all this will have a kind of a very aligned agenda, aligned tactics and everything. So baiting is basically attractive offers. Okay. So in the phishing and spear phishing example where I explained, you might receive an email with a 100K bonus package in the document format or PDF format, right? So now that is itself a baiting. So basically, it's an attractive offer, and you are trying to, through the attractive offer, the cyber criminal or scammer is trying to loot you or trying to compromise your credentials and take it forward. Okay. So with this baiting, in a simple way, it's like a fish bait. Okay. So it's like you just put a bait into the string and you put it into sea and fish get caught, right? Same kind of a baiting. Okay. And pretexting. So pretexting is a methodology or a technique where basically they create a false identity to manipulate the victims. That is, cyber criminals or scammers create a false identity to manipulate victims to give up information. This is also more or less like a spear phishing attack, targeted attack. So this may go even little advanced way by, for example, what they can do. Let's say there's a cyber criminal who wants to compromise an company. Okay. So now what that guy or girl can do is they can try to do some scoping, of an organization to understand what kind of third party application or a product or a network this company is using. So when they find out that, let's say, this company is using xyz.com as a third party provider. Okay. Now this attacker will disguise himself or herself as a victim, like victim in the sense, I'm calling from this organization, and my data has been compromised, or I'm in need of help or something like something this that. So that they are trying to infiltrate the third party of that particular organization and try to siphon the data of this particular organization through third party only and utilize against this organization. So it is like claiming it to be, I am a senior director of this product development team of this organization, and they will reach out to the customer care of the third party to siphon the data and utilize against that organization. So it's called a pretexting. So another is phishing. So phishing is just a voice over phishing, you can say. Okay. So basically, phishing was utilized in utilized fake websites or emails or text messages to steal information. Phishing is like through phone calls. Okay. So they might call you and say that they are calling from some bank and they need your card details because you have got some offers. Or they might call you and say that your nearby councillor or your nearby local mayor or MLA or any of the MPs, they are giving some very super scheme, governmental scheme for everyone to avail this offer. Come and collect it come and visit this website to collect it. Or even Prime Minister has announced a very beautiful scheme for a COVID or something. You can just come and collect this package or some bonus package or 2,000 rupees package or 3,000 rupees package by visiting this website. Basically, all these forms will happen through this means. All those forms will happen through mostly online means. But whatever I am saying will happen through call. Okay, the phishing and other thing will happen through email and fake emails and text messages. So phishing will happen over the phone call. Okay, so they will call you, they will scam you, and they will manipulate you, and they will ask you to come and visit some link or pay some. So this is basically it's the same tactics which happens through phone call. Okay. Another is tailgating, piggybacking. So this is a very simple technique. That too, most of the time in a red team assessments, all these scenarios, just so tailgating and all is a very good scenario. Let's say if any employee is entering organization or entering any of the door within an organization. So normally when you enter a door or when you think, normally what we do, we just open it and we just enter. Okay, we won't even see if the door is getting closed properly or door is fully closed or nothing. Okay, so we'll just open the door and we enter. So there are chances and a criminal, a cyber criminal who wants to get access to the building can just try to follow you, and without even you being aware that someone is behind you, the moment you just open the door and you enter and you just pass on without even seeing what's back, who is back or who is coming, if the door is closed, that person also can enter into your organization if some security, physical security protocols are not in place. Okay, in that way they can enter and they can travel to some other server room or data center room or any other rooms, and they can plug in some USB and they can bring down the whole corporate. Okay, so that technique is tailgating. Next is quid pro quo. So this technique, if you notice, this is one technique where it's kind of exchange of information, exchange of service. Okay, like a scammer or cyber criminal kind of comes in terms with the victim. Okay, let's say a victim is being targeted now, and they will come in turn with, see, I can offer you this service, but I need this in return, or I have this service with me, or I need this service from you, and in return I can give you this much. For example, let's say any state-sponsored attacks. Mostly state-sponsored attacks are called as government-sponsored attacks. Okay, so any government-sponsored attacks want to compromise one country on another country. Okay, now they want to enter into some network. Okay, now all they can do is now they can't send their attackers to cross border and attack them because it is a risky job for them to do. Instead, what they can try to do is they can try to poach an employee of that country's governmental organization. They can offer them up to a very huge money amount, like we will offer you $1 million. You just need to steal the secrets and send us back. Okay, or we will offer you like $2 million. You just need to give us 10 credentials of all the employees out there. Okay. So this way, basically, this government sponsored organization, state sponsored organization is offering you $2 million in return for credentials or something of some other organization. Okay. So in this way, they will end up in easily hacking into the firm and doing the rest of the things what they want to do. Okay. So these are the brief level of social engineering techniques out there. There are a lot of techniques, there are a lot of terminologies, but all the terminologies, if you see, just to showcase a little difference. Basically, all this terminologies says one thing, like conveys the one point here is all these techniques can be utilized for compromising you in the sense compromising us. Like human can be compromised with all these techniques. So that is the main thing which it is conveying, and none of this technique has so much of a technical only a person with so much of a technical capabilities can do, or only some very big hacker or someone can only do, or very big cyber criminal can do. Even most of the scams that are happening that are originating from a lot of states, the kids, these are all mostly done by kids. That too in India, most of these attacks are that too towards people. So corporate attacks, that's a different scene. But most of the attacks through this kind of a technique that too towards citizens of India are mostly done by the kids who might have completed just 8th standard or 9th standard, maybe 10th standard. So all these people are being taught by some other crooked mind certain techniques, and they just take that certain techniques and just implement and scam across the country. So that's what happening now. We will be seeing a lot of scams in some sites. So this is the brief idea on what are the social engineering techniques. Now, this is a very important point which I will always say. Humans are the weakest link in the cyber chain. So why I say humans are the weakest link in cyber chain is, see, a company can, in a corporate aspect, a company can invest millions and millions of dollars into the security by putting some high-end artificial intelligence-based detection system, or some good IPS, or all kind of a defense mechanism they can do. They can even have a very secure coding practices which is deployed, and very good perimeter defenses, very good data center defenses, very good physical security. They can have every aspect with a very huge investment. Okay, but if one human being of that organization is compromised, then it is the biggest tragedy for them, because nothing can be done. Basically, a human being kind of bypasses all this perimeter within an organization. That is why he is an employee there. Okay, the employee of an organization is employee there because he is given a privilege as an employee. Now, when he is given a privileged employee, that means though all the perimeters are in place, since he is an employee, he kind of bypasses everything. Now, if a cyber criminal target that one particular employee or 10 particular employees, then they can directly just hit the company and get into the network. Okay, so no, that is why humans are the weakest link in the cyber chain. Though everything around them, everything in the cyber is maybe, I'm not saying everything is damn secure. All have a lot of vulnerabilities. Everything can be exploited in one or different means. But what I'm trying to say is, let's say system there is with 90, okay, at least 85% secure. Okay, in all the aspect, from network or all the aspect. Let's say there is a 85% of the secure corporate is there. Okay. In this 15% is where that very technical state-sponsored hackers will try to exploit a 0 day. We will leave these people. Okay. Now, within this 85%, when a company shows that, okay, this is a very secure place. Now, an employee of that company, if a cyber criminal can target 100 employees of the company through spear phishing campaign, there are chances if even 2 people click and download any attachment out of curiosity. So this is where that's it. This is where the company gets compromised. The moment they download, the moment they open the file, the other things will do its own job, like malware. It will do its own job. Okay. So this is why humans are the weakest link. So what are the factors? Basically, these are the human emotions. Okay, curiosity. First of all, if someone is sending a file, you'll be curious. Oh, what file is that? Oh, I need to open it. So this curiosity will make you go for it, and we don't have control over our emotion. And if we don't have a control over our emotion, and if you are not well aware about all these things, what will happen? You will download the document, you will open the document, the disaster happens. Okay. Now, helpfulness. Basically, being curious is also right thing, but we need to know when to be curious, when not to be curious. Being helpful is also right thing. Like let's say you are receiving an email with someone is in need of donation for the health reasons. Please transfer this money, that money, this money, or please open this document to see their bank details, whatever it is. Now it's a kind of a judgmental call you need to take. Even though you are a so helpful person, it's a very judgmental call you need to take. Should I even open it? Should I even download it? Should I know this person? Is it even this mail look very legitimate? So these are all the calls which you need to make before even you getting into the emotions. You need to put your intellect before your emotion. Okay. So when you put your intellect, then you can at least question that why this mail, what is this mail, how is this mail, and things. Okay. If you put your emotion first, then directly you will download, you open, the disaster follows. Okay. Next is unawareness. So curiosity, helpfulness, all a different aspect. It's a emotion. Unawareness is basically because you won't even know you are just downloading. Maybe let's say in a company, it's after lunch. after lunch, after 1 hour, it's so boring day of the, it's kind of a boring day, and you are not having much work to do, be done in the company. You may be listening to music, and you won't even kind of, you will be in a very dreamy state, and you won't even realize whatever you're doing. In that kind of a state, you'll just click and download whatever things, then the same thing, disaster follows. Okay. And the greed. So greed is, as I said, for example, if someone is coming up and saying through phone call or through email, we need your credentials and we will pay you $2 million. Now it's a greed, like a greedy person will go for $2 million, because what a credential can go, let them have the credentials, I will have $2 million. Okay. But basically, if you see, you're crossing the values there. You are crossing the boundary there. If you cross this boundary, you will get busted and you will get arrested by the police or government. Okay. So greed is another factor which kind of makes the human weak link in the cyber chain. Okay. And another thing, a lack of digital literacy. That in corporate, every company has nowadays, pretty much most of the companies are giving trainings. Okay. But the one lack of thing here is, that too in main corporates, it has become a normal thing nowadays. Normal thing in this, anything that should be taught or should be little taught in an enthusiastic way. But nowadays, how the companies enforce all this kind of a policies, an employee should take this test, an employee should undergo this information security assessment, an employee should undergo this. So that means basically, when employees undergoing all this thing, what they are trying to do is they just click the slide. Okay, slide. Okay, next. Okay, they might even put their earphone and throw it. That's it. They won't even listen what the slides or whatever it is speaking, and they just answer some questions and they'll get a test. So basically, there is no involvement involved here. Okay. A person who is going through this process or going through anything, they should be well aware about what is being taught. So the problem is lack of digital literacy in different aspects. One is no interesting content, same old content, saying again and again, phishing is bad, spear phishing is bad, you shouldn't open the link, you shouldn't do this thing. So the same thing. Okay. So an organization should come up with a little matured process of teaching these digital aspects to the employees than just going by the same process. And the organization shouldn't just follow this as a process. That is the biggest mistake they are all doing. They just, any organization should go like, okay, in 2 months you need to take this assessment, in 3 months once again you take the assessment. Most of the employees won't even be well aware why they are even taking the assessment. That is the reality. Okay. Now with that kind of a thing, though a company is investing maybe $1 million to purchase some course content and give it to the employees, that is cyber security awareness related course content, giving it to employees. If it is not in an interesting way, it is they just can kind of claim or boast that, oh, we invest this much into cybersecurity awareness for our employees, we do regular trainings like that. But if employees are very least interested about whatever you are giving, that means it doesn't make a deal. Still, the employee will get compromised. Still, your company is going to get compromised. Still, you are going to lose millions of billions of dollars. So that is a problem with the digital literacy. It should be taught in certain way. It should be put out in certain way, and it should be made out in an interesting way. It shouldn't be like normally like a normal slides or 2-3 video presentations. Okay. So now lack of digital literacy is not an emotion, but it is something kind of which lacks among the people. Okay. Now all the above four are emotions of a human emotions. Okay. So if you put your that too, at least in your corporate setup, if you if you start putting your intellect first, that too when you are receiving any suspicious email, I'm not asking you to put your intellect every now and then. What I'm saying is, if you feel like it could be suspicious, instead of going by the emotion, you can go by your intellect to take a call and you can process it. Okay. So basically, scammers and cyber criminals take advantage of all the above human emotions or the state and trick them. So that is the reason it's always easy to hack humans' emotion than hacking a device or network. Because hacking a device or network or another thing, like days together, they need to strategize days together. For example, strategizing this social engineering attack, then getting into corporate may require, let's say, 100 days. Okay. But the same thing, if the person want to find 0 day for certain devices, first of all, they need to know which device your organization using. That means they need to do recon phase. So after reconfigure, they need to understand what device. If the device doesn't have 0 days, they need to buy it from dark web, or they need to write 0 days on their own self. So if you see, through this social engineering means if they enter the organization, then it's already done. Maybe siphoning up the data, every data may the project there, the cyber criminal whole project may come for 100 days. Okay, now if the human link has become strong, right now they need to go in a typical manner. When it is typical manner, 85% of the organization already secured by all the advanced of the security things. Okay, now it really makes it hard for a cyber criminal to crack anything and come into your organization. So that is why they all first go for humans. They all go, for example, they go and hack a Twitter account, because basically if the cyber criminal goal is to defame a company, they don't even need to come into corporate. I'm saying they just try to do some social engineering attack, compromise a Twitter account or Facebook account or Instagram account of some big companies, and they defame them by posting some unnecessary things. Okay, so that is the reason it's always easier to hack human emotion than hacking devices. Okay, so how companies and corporates get compromised by this social engineering techniques? So whatever I have been explaining, that are the ways they are all getting compromised. Okay, and so social engineering technique is just an entry point. Okay, from entry point the attackers do very tremendous big plans, and they execute as per their plans. Okay, but the entry point is the human link. Okay, so example, it just happened like 3-4 days back. CTF Capital is a venture capital firm where basically their job is to do diversified investment on different firms and different companies. Okay, so they disclosed a data breach stating that one of their employee got phished, and in turn through which the cyber criminals were able to access certain part of their data. Not everything is compromised. A certain part of the data was been able to access by the employee. That is a cyber criminal. Okay. Now they came up with this 2 days back, 3 days back news, and they were kind of transparent with this news that that the employee got phished. Okay, but if you see, this is the only organization which came out and said, yes, my employee got phished, yes, my company data got breached. Okay, most of the other organization news was out there. If you go and notice, they won't say how it happened. They will say it's a sophisticated attack, it's a sophisticated attack, but in real it's not that sophisticated. It might have been just a spear phishing. Okay, because now first of all, disclosing that they have been hacked itself damages the company reputation. Now if they disclose that they got hacked because of spear phishing, means it will even damage a company reputation in lot of angle. Okay, so that's the reason most of the companies which gets hit by ransomware, that too most of the companies which hits by ransomware, most of them, not most, like all of them never say how they got hacked, how even ransomware spread. All will say it is under investigation or it is under research. Forensics people are trying to find what would have happened. So they all will utilize a term called sophisticated attack. But in general, if you use your intellect there, it is just a normal social engineering attack. They just want to not say it out. Okay, so this is the power of social engineering when it comes to compromise a company. Okay, now we will see the power of same social engineering, how it is being utilized on day to day, and which is exploiting lot of people, from a person who is in like some remote place to from a person who is in city place. The person who is doing non-IT work, the person who is doing IT work, from a person who are not done big education, who have done a bigger education. So how this social engineering techniques is kind of exploiting all these people, because like we might say, if that in corporate world or for example, even let's say you're IT person who is watching this now, you will say, oh, I am working in IT, I don't need this kind of awareness, I know very well, I am very good, and I can think. Then you are being a fool there, because lot of cases that is being reported are IT people is who are getting compromised than the other people. Okay, lot of IT people who works in IT, who knows system, who plays with the system every day, that is their job, still they get scammed. So that is the reality of the scammers. That is the reality of the scam that are happening. Okay. So don't put your profession or don't put your education in front of this awareness thing, because be it even if you are a PhD or whatever the highest degree you want to hold, you can still get scammed, because that is how um, that is the intensity of scam that is happening on daily basis. Daily basis, like these scammers are earning crores, and I'm not. Previously, it might have been like thousands and thousands of money, but nowadays I can say they are earning crores and crores of money with the different modus operandi just by using social engineering technique. Not no big technical knowledge, no big investment, just by using some. Just they are all good with their words. They are all a good orator. They are all a good convincer. They are all a good manipulator. They are all good tricksters. You can call all these words to them. Okay, they are not a big some technical people or technical jargon. They are just a normal human being with just good to speak, good to convince, good to manipulate, good to trick. So these are the scammers who are scamming, that too in our country, at least with our which we will be seeing a lot of case studies on that. So these are all the type of scammers who are scamming our country people, and that too very easily, and that too per day they are earning crores and crores. Different modus operandi are earning crores. If you just see the news, a case which is being busted by police, cyber police, a case which is being busted by police, one or two case, maybe a 1 lakh case, 2 lakh case, maybe 10,000, 50,000 rupees case. That is all a individual person case. But when a cyber police connect all the dots, that too at least in last 3 months you can notice, all were a big like 1,000 crore scam case, like 4 crore scams case, or like 100 crore scam case, like 25 crore scam case. So it's all that much amount of money they are siphoning. That is the amount you get it. Like I'm saying, I'm not even speaking in thousands. I'm speaking in crores. Okay, so that is the reality that is happening out there because of our usability towards technologies. Okay, and the population that is using the technology. Okay, so now you see like a scammer who just can who doesn't know much about technical aspect, who can just speak well, who can just convince well, who can just manipulate well, who can just trick you well, can easily siphon you 1 lakh out of you, even though you are a technical person, even though you are a security person, even though if you are from security background, or even though you are from IT background or doctor or whatever the profession, or you are even though if you don't know anything. Okay, like even though if you are from a different form of a non-IT profession. Okay, so a scammer have that much a potential to scam you just with this word manipulation. So that is the power of social engineering. Okay, so now let's understand why is it easy for cyber criminals or scammers to scam people. Okay, now that is an important aspect you need to learn before why you are being scammed. Okay, sorry. First, we need to learn why is it easy for them to scam you. Then you need to learn why you are easily being scammed. Okay, these are the two aspects here now. First of all, this scamming is not something very new. Previously, the scamming was happening in the offline aspect. Offline aspect in the sense, people do manipulation for money. Like they will say, "See, I will get you a job in Dubai. See, I will get you a job in there. You need to pay 1 lakh." It was happening through physical way. Or if you see a lot of some people will put up a board, the job opportunities in abroad. You will get visa immediately. You will get that immediately. This immediately. What they will do, they will siphon the money. You need to pay 3 lakh rupees, 4 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees. Then they will say, you need, visa is not ready, that is not ready. They may say, no, the job got cancelled, but as a security deposit, we will be holding 1 lakh and we will be giving. Some people will abscond with a huge money. Okay, so this is one type of offline scam which was happening. So the offline scam was happening in that gold level or any other marketing MLM kind of a marketing levels, and that MLM businesses, anything in construction business, any business or any profit, anything you take, the scam was happening in an offline level. Now that time the scammers were not discussing themselves as scammers, because that time the normal people who were doing the business only here and there they scammed, and also some scammers who put up they will see a trend in the area. What they will do, they will say, okay, in this trend, a lot of college students are there. Let me put up a educational trust in the sense where I can get you degree easily, I can give you that easily, this easily. So a lot of college. So if there are students in the area, there will be some education related trust or something will be in the same area. Now, the more the student, that means there will be demand among students. Since he is putting up a shop, all the students will go to that person. Okay. Now, he is not some real business person who is doing this business. He is just a scammer who want to start a business. Okay. So all the students might reach out to him for something. He might be siphoning money. Okay, you can get a job there. I will get you job there, job here. So after maybe 100 days scheme, he will come. 100 days, he might siphon all the money. Then he will abscond and he will escape. Okay, that is one of offline scam that was happening. The other thing is this MLM kind of a scam. They will say you need to join people. They will conduct meeting. They will do every kind of things in a big way. They will showcase. They will kind of boast material, everything. Then once after 100 days, they will also abscond. So these were all offline scams that was happening. Okay. Now the same kind of a scams that are kind of happening in the offline had just become online. And online scams have been also happening for last 5 years or last 6 years. But the online scam has become more prevalent now. That is in last 3 years if you take. Last 3-4 years if you take. Online scams have been happening last 10 years since we saw the advent of the internet, even before that. Okay. But the last 3 to 4 years of the time, that too during during COVID, after COVID, before COVID, that timelines, okay, it has become so more prevalent. Like every day, there are hundreds and hundreds of cases are being reported in cybercrime portal, in the local police station, in everywhere. That is the amount of scams that are being online scams that are being done by the scammers. Okay, the reason is very simple: digitalization of everything. So very simple. You see, previously we go to grocery shop, we pay the money, that is hard cash, and we get the groceries. Now we scan the QR code, we pay the money. Banking. We previously, for any banking related queries or anything, we reach out to bank physically, we check it and come back. Now internet banking, NEFT banking, the transfer, this transfer, shopping. Previously we all go to shops. Now it has become digitization. So it has easily become let's say that Amazon shopping or Flipkart or any shopping, it is all online. Okay. Previously we were doing offline, now it's online. Okay. Now the amount of people starting to utilize it. Okay. And amount of people that are getting access to internet. Okay. So all these are the different factors that the scams that are happening nowadays are very more prevalent that recently than it used to be like 4 years back. And the digitization is a very important aspect, as I said, from shopping to groceries to banking to whatnot. Like you take anything, there will be digitization. Digitalization is good. Digitalization is really good, and it is very progressive towards the future. Okay, but it has its own drawback. How everything has its own boon and bane, digitalization also has its own boon and bane. Okay. Now the extensive use of technology, people are always in the internet place. Okay. And it is now previously people were reaching out to physical shop, physical thing. So the scammers put up their own physical shop to scam people. Now since people all started moving to online, now scammers have put up their own online, and they are starting to scam online. Okay. So when I say online doesn't mean only through internet. Online also comes to a digital means. Digital means through phone. Okay, through phone or through any means of digital means or called you can consider as a digital crimes. Okay. So now what these cameras are doing, now I'm saying now previously, as I said, see in a physical setup, what would have happened? Now one scammer will put up one shop in one place where there are 100 students. Okay, in an area. Okay, in one area I'm saying. Now a scammer, as per some research or some recent article which I read, 330 million people in India are having access to internet. 330 million people. Okay. Now A scammer can put up a shop. That is, a scammer can put up something himself anywhere in the country, and all this 330 million is a target to him. Okay. So previously it was just 100 students. Now let's say there are crores of students out there in India, or crores of youths in India. All these crores of youth are a target to the scammer. So it has become that easy. And as I already stressed about, how humans' emotions are very weak. How that too when it comes for this kind of a judgment. So they utilize these emotional loopholes. They scam them. They earn good money, and they kind of sophisticate them. When I say sophistication, I'm saying in last month in one of the state, one of the police cracked a case where they literally took down 17,000 fake SIMs. 17,000 fake. I'm not saying one, two. I'm saying 17,000 fake SIM cards. Now see the amount of sophistication these scammers have. From where it is coming? Definitely about from our money only. Whoever is getting scammed, that money only. Basically, that is the investment for them. So they are getting sophisticated more and more and more. The more the technology is evolving, the more the sophistication they are also getting. So these both are getting balanced now. The more technology, the more scammers. The more technology, more scammers. Because the problem with the humans are the one kind of suffering here. Okay, the scammers are really having their own timelines. Okay. So why people are easily getting scammed? These are a few points. One is unawareness. When I say unawareness, internet is being internet reaching and penetrating remote places of our country is a very significant development in our country aspect. Okay, but the thing is, no one is teaching them. No one is teaching how to use the internet. No one is speaking about how to use the internet. People may say, "What? How to use internet? You just open, go to Google.com, you do all the things." No, that is not what it means. That is a problem where I'm saying, okay, no one is giving much importance about educating the people about how to use the internet, how to use the application, and basically we are all kind of living in the unaware state. If any, we will, for example, let's say some person is suggesting this application without even being thoughtful or think what will, oh, okay, I will also download the application, because that's so, because I'm saying that is the marketplace we are in now. So everyone just utilize mobile, everyone utilize application, but they don't know how it is, how we need to use it, how they need to conduct when they are in online. Conduct in the sense like literally what they shouldn't do with application. Like they shouldn't enter the pin by mistake or by convincing. So these are all some of the digital literacy aspect which is missing out here. Okay, so one is unawareness, another is ignorance. Yeah, this is a very important aspect. See, now Amazon or Flipkart or any company, okay, so big brands, big shopping website, Myntra, okay. So now all these websites had worked themselves to gain the trust of the people. That is why Amazon is still running great in India. Flipkart is doing very great in India. Like they are all doing great in India. Okay, so they literally understood. They literally earned your trust. Okay, now since see these when Amazon first came into India, all people would have been skeptical. Oh, this is Amazon. First of all, they will be skeptical about how they can even sell a good product. Then they will say, how can even people make payment in online? This is all no fake. It could be fake. So Amazon or Flipkart, any company took these many years to earn the trust of the people, and they establish themselves. Now the problem here is people are not understanding that every shop that comes online is not trustable. That is the important thing. People are thinking that okay, every shop is trustable. Everything that is put up online is trustable. Okay, if I open up a website and I put up a payment page, they think okay, it is a trustable thing. If I put certain words, it is a trustable thing, like in the payment page. If I, let's say I am opening up some other shopping cart and I am saying this is a new shopping website, you can purchase it. People think, oh, this is so trustable. Basically now the ignorant aspect is that anything online is trustable. So people are moving towards it. Oh, if it is in online, oh, trustable. If it is in online, it is trustable. Okay. So that is the ignorance. Another is, as I said, lack of digital literacy and lack of knowledge to use technologies. These two aspects are very much needed, and it should be taught to each and every one of the people out there. When I say all this, it is not only to the people who are going to get the internet for the first time. I'm saying these two aspects should be taught on daily basis to your kids, to your parents, to your spouse, to your friends, to your colleagues. So this is something that should be discussed on the daily basis, like how to use this, how not to use this. Okay, what is missing there? Can we use this application like this? Can we not use this application like this? When you have an idea, okay, if a Google Pay is meant for Google Pay, and only the person who needs to pay to the vendor needs to scan the application and do the aspect. I'm saying most of the QR code scams which we'll be discussing would have been already diminished. Okay, but no one thought it. So Google launches application, they promote themselves as a payment application. Immediately we all download it. We will figure out 1-2 steps. Oh, okay, we need to scan, we need to pay. That's it. Now when a scammer comes and saying, sir, in order for you to receive the payment, you need to scan the QR code. That also we will believe and we will do it and we will lose money. Okay. So that is a very the once again I'll stress it here. Teach the people around you. If you are someone who knows more about all these things, or even less about all of these things, but teach everyone around you. Don't feel shy. How will I teach my mom? How will I teach my dad? Or how will I teach my kids? Okay, because everyone is living in the smart world and they need to be aware about what they are doing with the devices or the applications they are holding. Okay, so teach them all this digital related knowledge and everything, and all other emotions of the people. That's why people are getting scammed. The greed, curiosity, helpfulness. The three things. Once again, which I already touched the topic. That becomes very easy for people to get scammed. I'm saying curiosity. Curiosity, as I said, a $200 package, and they are or let's say COVID guidelines, government guidelines, some file. So they are curious to see what is that, what is that, what is that. Helpfulness, which I said. Let's say a person is reaching out to you through email that he needs in money, he is suffering from cancer or something, and they need a money. Helpfulness is needed, but you need to be very sure shot that if it is a really authentic email, legitimate email. I'll give an example with this thing. Okay, this lot of charity organizations, they reach out easily to anyone. I'm saying that too. Now I'm saying now see the Milap or Keto, or they all are a kind of a platform which have earned some trust from the users and they are doing their thing. There are some small scale charitable organizations. Okay, there are really very good and very authentic organizations, but there are some scammers who are putting up this kind of as themselves as a charitable organization, and they claim to be they are doing some charitable work, and they may try to sway you by saying, oh, this poor baby is suffering from so, and she is in immediate need of surgery, or he is in immediate need of surgery. Their parents are crying, this crying. So now normally these people, when they call you and think, they will try to put it hard on you. They will literally make you feel sad, like that. Okay. So now it's time, before you play out your emotion there, you can just take a step back and you can just say, okay, you can send me the details to my email with your company registered ID, everything. Then you can take the time to process it and you can check it properly if they are a legitimate company, if they are registered with that. Our government has a website where you can check for if they are all proper NGOs established. Okay, so you can do all this aspect. Okay, and when I say greed, as I said, if you are greedy about job, let's say you are in search of job, more than greedy about job, you are in search of job. Now we are desperately in need of job. I need a job. So I need a job. There will be a scammer who will say, I have a job. Okay. Now when the scammer says, I have a job, then you will obey whatever he says. He will ask you to pay 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees. He will scam everything. At least in physically, when all this thing happened, you might know, you can complain to police stating this was the location the scammer was sitting and physically siphoning us. Okay. Now these all are online. Okay, we won't even know if that guy is going by the real name. We won't even know if the company is real. We won't even know anything. So digital presence is literally like kind of a unexistent space. Okay, so you'll know nothing, and literally you lose the money. That's the point here. Okay. So before getting into anything like that, too, this last COVID work from home scams has gone to the peak. Okay, lot of work from home scams. That is due to more than the need, it's the greed. Because as I said, I need a job, I need a job, I need a job. Scammers, I have a job, I have a job, I have a job. So these are the two things matching. Okay. So use your intellect here before even thinking. I can touch the point here itself now only. Uh, no job requires you to pay the money in front. If a job is really requiring you to pay the money upfront, that too in like 10,000 or 50,000 or 2,000, 3,000 also, I'm saying do not pay. I'm saying if a job demands you to pay money, if a job demands you to pay the money for getting a job, do not even consider that as a job. I'm saying not to nowadays at least. I'm saying previously it might have worked for some organization. That's how they were. But nowadays at least I'm saying anything who claims like they will give a job after you pay money, I'm saying it is a proper fake thing. That too in online, as I said, you can't even track down the digital presence that easily, and they will easily swindle the money. Okay. And there are no standard guidelines. This is related to the applications. So when Google or Facebook or Instagram or Flipkart or Amazon, any one of them launches application, we as a user, we use the application, we learn the application, and we learn by experience. Okay. But even these companies may say this feature need to be used like that. But we won't have time to read all this thing. Okay, more than time in the sense there are guidelines are there, but we are not going to read. When that is also not being read, that means at least we need to focus on the digital literacy aspect. How to use an application. What you shouldn't do with the application. What this application is supposed to do. So if you are not someone who is ready to read all the guidelines and features, it is a time consuming. It is not practically possible. But at least you can be try to learn how to use that particular application. At least that will help you with preventing yourself from getting scammed. Okay. So now we will be discussing about various scams that has been at least these are the scams that has been happening for quite like last 3-4 years in India. Some of the scams might have been happening in some other country where the internet access has been very profound in that time, and it might have been happening even before that. But this kind of scams are kind of new to India, and there is a very good marketplace for Indian scammers to exploit people on these scams only right now. Okay. So one is loan scams, job scams, romance scams, online marketplace scams, seasonal scams, investment scams, online gambling scams. Okay. So this really shook the Indian government and Indian internet space recently when first Telangana police kind of busted the case and arrested a lot of people. That came after 3 people committed suicide due to this particular scam. So I'm saying 3 person committed suicide. Okay, now, I'm not even speaking about they lost the money. Now it has reached a state. These scams have reached a state there where you can even commit a suicide because that is the torture they are giving you. Okay. So 3 people committed suicide. Then that case, even before that case got registered, and they were processing the case, I guess. And then, if I'm not wrong, which police, Hyderabad or Telangana police, I don't know. So either of these people busted the case and arrested fake scammers, and they are put behind bars now. Okay. If you see this scam idea is very simple. This scam idea is very simple idea. So previously there was a money lending schemes within the physical aspect. Physically, maybe a area, someone from the area might give money and take back money, give money, take back money with some interest. That interest, okay. Then it became a little. Bank also came and said, "Do you will also give a micro lending kind of a schemes? You can approach bank also." Then bank also, RBI came up with some guidelines towards bank. They need to only charge that interest, this much interest, this interest. Okay. Now, what the scam? Since there are no proper guidelines around this, okay, in a governmental aspect, there are not definitive guidelines around this. So all these chota companies, there is some NBFC. If I'm not wrong, it is called National Banking Financial Corporation or something like NBFC, where you can register a company. Okay. So this there is when I say it is this small. Okay. So these small scammers, what they did, they developed applications. They developed that to mostly Android applications or iOS applications, not iOS, sorry, Android applications. Okay. So they developed Android application and they started promoting themselves as a money lending application. That is a micro loan application. Okay. Now they gave very attractive loan offers than beating everything out there, like instant money. Like for example, if you are going through bank, or if you are going through some physical manner, which is happening, I guess still, they might ask you to put some signature, or bank might ask you to give some document, and they may take 1 week to process, 2 week to process, or 3 week to process. Okay. So what these scammers did is they launched an application where they will showcase a very attractive loan offers, where instant money. They will just ask you to download and install their application, and they will ask you to upload your government proof and selfie, or like that's a PAN card, that government proof. And once you install and upload this, you will get the money into your account immediately. On they will say this is the interest, that is the interest. They will say on this thing. Okay. And they had one more catch here. If you are asking for 30,000, they will give only 20,000 rupees. So 10,000 already they are holding back, but you need to repay 30,000. You get it? So it is like you are trying to get 30,000, but they will give you close to 22 to 23,000. 7,000 they will hold back, but you need to repay them until 30,000 or 28,000. Okay. So now that's what all these application will have 7 days repay loan. Okay. Now what happened? That too with heavy interest and processing charges. Interest now already they are holding back 7,000 rupees. Upon that interest, upon that you are already going to pay for 30,000. If you calculate, it will come close to 35,000. You are going to pay 35,000 for the loan which you got 23,000. You are going to pay 12,000 extra. So this is all literally against RBI guidelines. Any bank can't do this. Okay, a literal bank can't do this because of this kind of RBI guidelines. But these applications, these people who developed this application used some loopholes within our system, and they register a lot of shell companies. Shell companies are a kind of temporary or a fake companies. Only when you bust the company, you will come to know it as a shell company. Or when you look into their financials and what they are really into, you will know that they are a shell companies. Okay. So now this particular scam, what happened? So that's what 35,000. Now when a person is saying after 7 days, they will have certain different bucket. Okay. If a person is not able to pay after 7 days, he will be in one bucket. If a person is not able to pay money in 10 days, he will be in another bucket. If a person is not able to pay money in 15 days, he will be in another bucket. They have some bucket kind of a system. Okay. Now, when a person is not able to pay 7 days loan, I'm saying this was a big scam. Close to more than 200 to 300 application got removed from Android Play Store. I'm saying 200 to 300 applications. So a lot of applications belong to same group only, same scamming group only. Like maybe the same scamming group might have owned at least 70 applications. Okay. Now the group who owned 70 application, what they did, they said, okay, if you are not able to pay money for us, there is another application through which you can take a loan. Through that loan, you can pay us. Okay. Basically, the person who took the loan will have no idea. They just thought it is a loan application. They just took the loan. Now the scammer, what they did, these scammers also said they are all very sophisticated. They have proper call centers. They have like proper employees working in the call centers. Okay. So now what happened? What really happened in the scene is this one. Yeah. Now they will suggest you to take loan using different Android application and pay it to you. Now this chain continued. A person literally ended up in a loan of 1 lakh. See, now when you are taking a loan from another application, it is a loan for that application. It is basically, if you see, it is increasing. It was just for him, it was just a 25,000 to this thing. So the more he loan took, he kept taking in another application. He literally came up to 1 lakh. Now he is in a 1 lakh thing. Now all this 10 application might have call centers, maybe having a same call center, but all this 10 applications, the call center executive might call you, harass you. Okay. So first of all, that's what I splitted the bucket, right? After 7 days, if you are not paying, they will give a warning. They might give a little saying like that. You can take another loan and pay. Okay. They might be calm or maybe calm. Okay. Or they might send a text message stating, you should pay the amount you are already on the timeline deadline. Otherwise, we will take action against you. We will give police complaint against you. Literally, these people can't even give a police complaint. That is the reality, okay? Because they are all itself a scammer, but they will say we will take a police action against you, okay? So what will happen is now after 10 days, that person will fall into second bucket. Yeah, one more catch of this application is when you install this application, it will ask permission to access your gallery and phone contact list, okay? Now what will happen? The second bucket, once you fall into the second bucket, what will happen is they will start harassing, okay, with the bad words. There might be 5 to 10 people who will start calling him and harassing in bad words, or saying that if you are not paying the money, we will kill you. All threatening, any threaten they will give, okay. Then what they will do is, now they will since all these applications had access to the contact list or galleries, they will try to reach out to all the person in his contact list, stating that, see, this person, so and so person, we found the contact number from his contact. This person is not paying the money. This person is not paying. Literally defaming. Now you see, first of all, they are making you kind of first of all, this loan concept itself trapping concept. After that, they are suggesting you to install different technology is another trapping concept. After that, they harassing you is a trap. Another trap is now they have access to your contact list and they defaming you. So basically, if you see all this series of events, see now why a person will need a loan, that to micro lending loan. When a person, I'm saying, when some person, I'm saying at least 70 people of the people who opted for this will be, they would have literally needed a money. They would have literally needed a money to run their life, or due to COVID, their family situation might have got bad. For that, they might have taken loans. Now, since they didn't have much awareness about all this kind of applications or what is happening there, they thought, oh, this is they are easily giving a loan. They are giving a loan in 1 week only. They are giving a loan in 5 days only. Why not? I will apply. Now, a person is already emotionally, emotionally disturbed in a lot of aspects due to that money. Now, once he or she borrows money, the person need to go through all this phase: harassment, defamation, everything. Okay. Now, this literally puts them in a toll, and that's when they go until suicide. Okay, because these people who harass, they won't harass like a normal polite harassment. They will harass you in a very rubbish manner, and they will even send some. Maybe they might even harass you and send messages, WhatsApp messages to your contact list, since they have contact with them. Okay. So since they went through all these mental tortures, a lot of people unfortunately committed suicide, and this became a big case, and it became got a very bigger view in all the cybercrime department, government department, Minister of Home Affairs, everywhere. And now literally lot of on a monthly basis, almost lot of loans come. Even just 4 days back, Mumbai police arrested close to 4 to 5 people with related to different same loan scheme only. It's a little different loan aspect concept. Same loan up scam, but here in this scam, these people have gave money, harassed them. So that people, what they did, they kind of said, you need to first pay the money. You need to pay the 10. For example, if you are asking 20,000 rupees money, they will ask you to keep hold. They will ask you to pay first 5,000 rupees money. Then you will get 20,000 rupees money. So what these people have did, they swindled all the money without even giving these people money, the 20,000 to the victim. What they did, they just took the 5,000 and they all closed the business. Okay. So they that scam person, people earned close to 4 crores, and Mumbai police busted it. And all these cases are literally getting busted by different state polices and state cybercrime departments, because all this money scams are happening in prevalent nowadays. Okay, so how you can prevent yourself is, we can't really prevent, but as I said, if you have that caution, if you proceed with caution, if you understand how digital means work, if you are aware about all this, like now I have said through this talk, maybe you can go and spread it to 100 people, like these are all happening, be aware, be sure that you are downloading not downloading this kind of application. Okay, so we can't give a definitive guidelines for this instant loan applications, but what you can do is, if a application is giving you money very fraction of second, you just upload the document and immediately they are giving money without even verifying the details properly, then be suspicious, we take a step back. Okay, and second thing is excessive interest rates, additional hidden charges, harassment. If a company is trying to do any of these things, is just go to the police station, make a complaint. I'm saying a company, any form of company shouldn't go to any form of harassment. That is now, according to Indian law, there is no law which states that if a person is not giving back something or something, you have authority to harass them. Okay, so if any company, or if any that loan people are trying to harass you, just go to the police station and complain. I'm saying, even if it has become a police complaint, even I'm saying you can deal with it. I'm saying, why simply take a harassment of these stupid people and these stupid scammers and go until losing your life? Better you go to the nearby police station and make a complaint and saying that I took a loan, I explained them this thing, and also file a complaint in cybercrime.gov.in and the cybercrime portal. And also for this particular loan related scam, our RBI also came up with kind of initiative where you can complain to them also about this. That is a website, sachet.rbi.org.in. So, and also do not download any unauthorized applications. So these are the some factors where you can take care of yourself from the loan related scams. And if you are watching this, better go and spread this message to everyone around you. Okay. Next, job scams. So job scams has been, as I said, as I gave an example for you. Previously, it was in the physical. Then it went into the online means. Now, in last 4 years, it has been even more than whatever it was. Okay. So in the recent time, like after COVID, during COVID time, work from home got more famous. Previously, job scam used to be like that. You upload your resume through Quikr or Naukri or Shine or anything. So the scammers will be disguised themselves as a employer there, and employee there, and what they will do, they will filter out your resume, and they will call you as if they are calling from some real company, and they will scam you. This is the normal scam. Now, since the COVID, due to the restrictions, we were all not able to move out of the home. So what that came now, work from home. That to youngsters. Youngsters, they wanted to find a way to earn money. So everyone wanted to easily do a work from the home and earn money. Previously also data entry existed. Previously data entry job scam was not that profound. But after COVID, this data entry job scam became more profound. Okay. That's what. So youngsters will were searching for work from home, work from home, work from home. Then there came this scam, data entry job scam. So what happened with the data entry job scam is, you come across some website. Basically, all this data entry related people promote their data entry job. People who are doing scams. There are legitimate data entry opportunities also. But I'm saying now, due to the two after COVID, most of them you encounter will be fake only. Okay. So what they do, these people, that's what, through SEO and through SEO optimization and through Google advertisements, they will make sure that their web results come in the first page or second page or third page. Okay. The moment you go and type or work from home, online data entry filling, work from home, online ebook filling, some jobs like this, all their website comes first. Okay. Now you go to the website. Now person is pinging them through the WhatsApp or calling them and asking for this job. What is the job and what are the details of the job? Okay. Now they will say, yeah. Okay. Now they will say that I'm saying one data entry exam, one job example. You need to fill 600 resumes, 600 resumes in a span of week time, and monthly your salary is 18,000 rupees. Or I guess if you complete the job, your salary is 18,000 rupees. The thing, okay. And they have a clause there stating that if you fail to submit the 18,000 rupees, then you need to pay us portal charges of 6,500 plus GST. So what does this charge means? Since you are utilizing their application, that is their portal to fill the resumes, you need to pay the money, okay, in 7 days, okay. Now a kid or a youth who is desperate about in need of job, desperate about money, like, oh, I need a money, I am simply sitting in the house, I need to do something, I need money. What they will do, they won't understand what it is here. They'll say, yeah, okay, I'll do the job, because 18,000 is a bigger money, okay. So they say, okay, I'll do the job. Now if you really notice, 600 resumes, that too in a week time, okay, after 7 days you need to end up paying 6,500 rupees. Now 600 resumes in a day, let's say 15 minutes for one resume. In a day, I'm saying in a day, even if you go close to 100 resumes, which is 1,500 minutes, okay. But in a day, I guess you get almost only 1,200 or 1,800, 600 very nearby minutes, okay. Now you don't even have a time to sleep or eat or whatever you want to do. You just need to only do this work. Maybe if you are so obsessed, you can do, like I'm saying, but one day you can try that. But do you think you are really in a capable state to do it 6 days without sleeping, just doing this only, without eating, without drinking water, just keep on doing this again and again and again? No, it's literally a unhuman job, okay? Unhuman job, okay? So this is the modus operandi. Now this is the scammers' tactics here, okay? They kind of convince you with the word stating will give you. They will kind of always focus on 18,000 rupees. That through WhatsApp message also they will say you 18,000 rupees, okay? See, all the scams which I am explaining, it is not only you reached out to them through website. All these scammers are also reaching out to you through text messages, through WhatsApp messages, okay? All these scammers, I'm not saying people who go to website and type for this, you will be scammed. I'm saying all these scammers are already reaching out to you. Go to inbox and say, see how many work from home messages you have received. Go to WhatsApp and see how many work from home messages you have received, okay? Every all these work from home messages which you have released, which you have received will lead to one or other scam. I'm explaining one or two scams today, one or two scams of work from home scam, but I'm saying all this will lead to many scams only, I'm saying. Okay, now coming back to our concept, there is our this data entry job. So what this did is that's what 18,000 rupees and 600 resume, which is humanly not possible by anyone to finish it. Now after 7 days, they said you need to pay the platform charges of 6,500 plus GST. This is the agreement offer letter, okay. In the offer letter, first page, they put a they put a stamping paper, like some 50 rupees stamp or 300 rupees stamp, and they will put some certificate number, XYZ, all this thing, okay. They will put a company, they will put a client name, they will put everything. It will look like some proper government documentation, okay. Now, if you notice, that's what in the same offer letter only, they will put that the second party agrees to pay 6,500 rupees non-refundable charges for membership, portal maintenance, GST, and other applicable charges. Okay. That in live consideration above features, the first party will provide an agreement which will be valid. So that is in 7 days they need to complete 600 resumes. Okay, that's what which I mentioned. So now when they fail to do this, 8th day, 7 days, I'm saying you are not able to complete the work. Now that says that kids or the youngsters, they won't have idea what they are really into, and they will enroll for themselves, and they will say, okay. They might have you might have sent your Aadhaar card to them. They might have all your contact details, address details, because they are giving you offer letter. Basically, the digital stamp itself, most of the time, it's a fake stamp. Okay, it's not a real stamp. Okay. Now they will have a clause. Now, as per the terms and conditions, you are supposed to pay. So, because if you fail to submit, they will start. You remember in the loan scam, I said no, bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, where you will be treated in different aspects. Here there are no buckets. Instead, how they will start saying to is, Hi, hello. Till today, we gave you many warnings and calls as per our company guidance, but still payment is not done from your side. So all the warnings and chances for you are done from our side. We request you to clear it by today. Please clear the dues and take back the work. We have already started sanctioning. A serious action will be taken regards legal team. See, these are all are some small scammers. Okay, I'm saying they can't even go for legal expertise and all because I'm saying it is not possible. Whatever they are doing is they are doing itself illegal aspect. How can even they deal with the legal aspect of it? No, they will send you message to threaten you. Now, if you are little experienced person, you may understand. Oh, it is all they can't do anything. Okay. But a kid, I'm saying kid. When I say kid, I'm not literally saying a 9th and 10th kind of kid. Even a college kid, I'm a college person who is doing 4th year or 3rd year. Even they, when they hear anything related to law, like law in the sense legal, law, police, they get scared. Okay, that is the reality. Like even when I was in that age, I would have got scared. Okay, so since now they get scared, they will say no. I will do the work and do the payment. They will say no. I'm saying even if the person is interested to do complete the work and they say I don't need the salary, I will just do the work for you freely. Please leave me alone on this thing. Even if they go until there, what this scammers will say is no. You need to pay the amount, otherwise you'll take action against you. So what this person will do, like the person already got scared. Now what they will do, they will try to ignore the messages. Now what these people will do after 7th day, that's 8th day, this message will come. 9th day, you will receive an email, kind of whatever I'm showing in the screen. You will receive an email where it states to so and so person, my client is making a case against you because you have not paid the details, and they will put someone advocate name with that BCom LLB, their address or all this thing. Basically, everything out, whatever I'm showing you out there is a document which are being provided by data entry scammers, which is a fake document. Okay, it is not a real document. Okay, they are all just making up the document. Okay. Okay, so this is another. That's what. First they will send a text message, then they will send a legal notice. That is a fake legal notice. Then they will say case has been registered. Now, if you are not someone who is not going to even give a damn and all these things, so like you are not going to give a care on all these things, then there comes a harassment. See, this is also a form of harassment. First of all, they asking you to do that work. 600 resume itself, form of a unhuman work. As per labor law, as per that human rights thing laws, if we put a case against these people as per these laws, they can get scrutinized. Okay, because I discussed with some of my legal friends. Okay, so so now these people do all these activities. Now that's what. 8th day you'll receive text message, 10th day you'll receive court notice kind of thing through email. Now 11th, 12th day, what they will have, harassment through calls. Whatever the loan people did, these people are seen, but these people won't have access to your contact list and all. They will harass you only. Okay, but they will call you from different numbers. They will call you from different numbers. They will start harassing you are not paying. You will take legal action. They will keep mentioning legal action. But the problem is, since we are already scared and we are in a vulnerable state, we will say, oh, okay, we will pay something like that. But if you just take a step back and say, okay, you take a legal action, that's it. I'm saying they can't do anything. As I said, they can't take a legal action and they can't speak anything. But still, they will say, see, you are a college student, you need to really pay this, otherwise your life will get spoiled, your career will get spoiled. You say it's okay, let it get spoiled, you put the legal action on me, okay? So, because these scammers will torture you like that, okay? I personally came across 3 to 4 cases through contacts, through groups. They reached out to me stating like this happened to my friend, that happened to my friend. They got this data entry scam. I was personally able to convince 3 people not to pay, and they didn't pay, and they are good. Okay, like 3 people convinced that I convinced them, no, it is a scam, don't pay them. They didn't pay. There was one fourth person through an indirect person came. That person was not convinced, and that person was going through a very mental torture. That person first paid 4,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees. Then that person then paid 8,000 rupees. Then still the scammers didn't leave. See, as I said, 6,000. I'm saying they won't stop with 6,500 only. If you the thing is with the scammers, if you make yourself vulnerable there, they will bombard you with every means of it. Okay. Now they won't stop you with 6,500. They went on. They literally did a mental torture towards that person. Even in the nights and all, they were calling like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They were calling, and that person ended up literally paying 20,000 rupees. Okay. So this is the impact of a data entry scam. So make sure that whenever you are getting any job, online job or anything, first of all, you see practically if it is even possible for anyone to do. Leave it. If you are leave the aspect that if this is what the job it is. First of all, you understand 600 resumes in 6 days or 7 days, and it's not possible by anyone. And even if you do and give the resume, they will say that is mistake, and they will still the charge you. Okay. So always be cautious about enrolling into these things. And if any offer letter is stating and read through offer letter, even if it is an online fake jobs which you are saying, read through these kind of hidden clauses, so that first of all, these are all fake and they can't do anything against you. But what I'm saying is, at least if you read through all these things, you can at least save yourself a trouble of harassment, I'm saying. Okay. So read through everything properly before even agreeing to anything, and just go with this process. Okay. So other scams in a brief, I will say one was a quicker phishing scam, another Naukri refund scam. So quicker phishing scam, basically this happened to one of my friend. One day she called me and said that she lost 40,000 rupees. When I asked what happened, she said she uploaded her resume in quicker jobs website, and she received a text message stating she received a call stating you just need to pay 29 rupees and your job is already ready. She thought, oh, okay, it is just only 29 rupees. No, I will make the payment and I'll see what job they are giving me. So she went on to pay. But if you notice it, real Quicker website is different. And she received a text message called like quickerselection.com referred by this fake scammer name. Okay. She thought everything to be legit and real, and she went to the registration page. She went to the credit card, debit card page. Basically, she fell into it. Basically, she believed it to be the truth, and she also filled all her card details into that and clicked pay 29 rupees. Okay. Now, once she clicked pay 29 rupees, she might have received a OTP also, which in the same website only. And she entered the OTP also, and she lost close to 29 first. So first then when she asked the scammer, that is, she didn't know he was a scammer. She thought it is a real legitimate, and she was asking why 2029 got debited from my account. The scammer said, no, it is some technical issue. You just need to redo it. It will revert back to you. Okay. Now, in the meantime, my friend's brother, that is Bob, I have just disguised the name. So Bob called the scammer and inquired to understand what is really happening. Now, that scammer said it is our technical mistake. There is a refund option available in the website. You can claim the refund through that option. So once again, my friend's brother believed that Bob is true, and what that person did, once again he believed that scammer to be true, and what that Bob did, he went ahead and see in the refund page, if you see, there is no credit card details. They have asked you to only enter the OTP. Okay. Now what the Bob did, he entered the OTP one time, he entered the OTP second time, then first payment 20,029, second payment 20,029. In total, the alias lost 42,987 rupees. Okay, what really happened here? Normally, when you do Amazon payment, it will redirect you to some other page, merchant page, where you will need to enter your card details, or not card details, your OTP. Okay. Here, the clever scammers, what they did, they created a phishing page. Basically, it's a phishing page. Okay. In a phishing page, they have kept all the details, the cardholder name, enter card name, everything. Okay. The moment Alice or the Bob would have clicked pay 29 rupees, basically this should have a real website will redirect to the merchant website or banking merchant website. This website, what they did, they put a redirection within their same website, and they created another HTML form with the OTP. So normally Alice just has an idea that, oh, okay, after entering card details, when we click next, it will ask for OTP. That's all the idea Alice possesses. Okay. She didn't knew that it will redirect you to bank merchant website and all. She thought, okay, this is where she needs to enter OTP also. She entered the OTP. Now in the behind scenes of the scammer, what these people did, they filled all the details in their wallet. Okay, because in a wallet you can recharge your Paytm wallet or Mobivic wallet or any wallet with your card details. Okay, so using card. So they filled all the once the allies enter pay 29 rupees. First they got the all their card details through text. That is in their text file or however they configured. Okay. Now what happened? Now immediately they filled all the card details and kept it ready. Now moment Alice entered the OTP, they entered the basically in India for any transaction to succeed. That too, at least for domestic transaction, I am saying you need to have OTP. Without OTP, no domestic transaction can succeed. Okay, so these scammers needed a card details. Not only they needed a card details, they needed a OTP. Now they scammed Alice for the OTP also, for the card details also. The moment she entered OTP here, they entered the OTP within the wallet application and they recharged their wallet for 29.29. So now they have the card details with them. Now what they did, the scammers convinced the Bob stating that to refund, in order to refund of the moment, you just need to fill the refund details. Once the Bob filled the name and the contact number, which is all a fake form, once again the Bob was being redirected to OTP page. Now once again Alice received that is one OTP because these scammers initiated another addition, that is wallet addition request, another addition amount add amount request. Okay, so once again Alice thought she need to enter a OTP, that is Bob thought they need to enter OTP. Once again he immediately entered the OTP, and once again he immediately entered OTP. They have kind of disguised the page in such a way that anything you enter, it will show message sent OTP error, OTP error, OTP error. Bob thought, oh, this is a mistake from his side only, and he entered another OTP. So basically, they did 3 transactions. So basically, they wanted a 3 OTP, and they did a phishing page with this 3 thing. Okay. So in reality, that's what Alice lost 42,000 rupees. Then I tried to report a fraud to that particular wallet company, and I followed some other protocols and all. Then somehow they utilized 2 wallets. The scammer utilized 2 wallets, and the one wallet they utilized all the money. The 20,000 is gone, and we were able to retrieve up to 20,000 rupees back to the Alice's account only directly because the amount was still there. Okay. So in general, precaution how to protect yourself is first of all, do not click on the links from the sources you don't know. Do not download any form of attachment if the mail is from unknown source. Do not fill your card details or any other personal data in sites you don't know. Do not believe in the call that demands you to visit some website or pay some money. Do not share your OTP. Do not install any application from the unknown source. Do not blindly believe in WhatsApp forward messages, and do not panic if you happen to face any kind of situations. Okay, if you face any kind of these situations, first thing is raise a fraud ticket immediately. Go to that particular for example, you can see the bank statement. In the bank statement, you will get to know to which account you might have sent. You might not get a proper data, you will get at least small data. In my case, this case, I was able to see in bank statement the mobile wallet company name was there. So that is how I was able to raise the fraud ticket to them. Then reach out to the support customer care through Twitter or through Facebook or through phone. Just keep trying again and again and again. And file a complaint in the cybercrime portal, cybercrime.gov.in, and file a local police complaint in your nearby locality. All these things is not a promise that you will get the money back, but if you keep trying it, and if you are swift enough to act, and if you are going on a very fast act, there are chances you can retrieve back at least some money. Okay. So you saw this refund scam, right? The refund, how they refunded. So the same thing was happening with Naukri also. Now this is a Quicker based, that is Quicker, it's not real Quicker, scamming Quicker based, Quicker job scamming website. There was a website called Naukri Refund. Basically the same agenda was utilized by the scammers who were targeting Naukri related people who are applying jobs through Naukri. They said they will siphon the money first like this only. Then they will say, in order for you to get the refund of the money, you need to fill the card details and do all these things. And people thought, okay, that's how we are going to get the refund of the money, and they lost the money. So that was an Naukri refund scam. So all these scams are happening just in last 1 to 2 years of the time. So romance scams. So this scam is also, this is another type of a scam, so which has been there for very quite some time, but now it has been getting more and more and more because of more and more usage. Indians using this has been existing in all the countries. That too in US, everywhere only, it's very even more bigger scam. Okay. In India, the more people are moving towards social platforms, social usage, everything. So this kind of scams are even more prevalent. So basically, the whole scam, this is kind of pretexting. In social engineering technique, we read something called pretexting, right? So they will portray themselves as someone else, and they will try to manipulate you and trick you. All these romance scams. Basically, they will try to attract opposite sex. For example, if it is a male who is looking for any relationship or anything like dating kind of a thing, so the scammer will or female itself, the scammer itself a female, or the scammer will disguise themselves as a female, then they will scam this person. If a female who is looking for this thing, then it will be other way around. The male scammer will try to do this thing again. So previously it will be like a marriage proposal scam. Marriage proposal scam in the sense party, that is once the moment a girl or a guy agree get into a conversation and agreed for a marriage, okay, through conversation, I'm saying, once they are agreed for a marriage, the scammer will ask the other person to send the money. The scammer will say, once you send the money, we will get married, okay. And through that means basically this person will be already on the trap. Basically the person, if they are believing that okay, this person is really going to marry them, that means they are already on the trap. Now the person will think that is real, and they will send the money to the scammer. Now the scammer is just an online presence. The scammer just scam you through online. Scammer will siphon the money. That's it. The account might get deactivated. The account might get blocked. They will go for the create a new account, and they'll start scamming with the other person. So this person will lost. And this scams doesn't come out that easily outside, because there are a lot of social stigmas attached to this, because socially people will feel, oh, if people know about this kind of thing I was into, people will feel really judge me or things. So people doesn't go and complain to police or complain to outside. Okay. So this was one marriage scam that was happening. Another scam was a gift scam. Gift scam in the sense, say once again, it kind of online relationship they both will be into, and the scammer will kind of say to the other person, saying, see, I have sent a gift to you, you just need to see it, or you just need to open it. Like whatever the scammer has portrayed, the victim also will receive a phone call from a fake customer care stating that so and so your guy or girl has sent a gift to you. The gift original price is this much, like 40,000 or 50,000. But since your guy or girl has ordered it for you, we are giving it for half the price, which is 25,000. You just need to pay 25,000 to give the gift, and they will explain beautiful things about the gift. This gift is a very super, that generous, that thing. Okay. So basically, once again, it's a scam. The person might end up paying 25,000, and it's a scammer will win the situation, and they will loot the 25,000. They will run off. Once again, here social stigma attached. This case won't even come out. They won't even go to police station. Okay. Now this mostly this particular scam which I came across, it is happening now in that particular in Goa region. It's called as beautiful girl scam or something. How this scam happens is same concept. It's like marriage scam, how they extort money, and how the gift scam, how they extort money. Here also the same thing. Like social media platform is the means. When I say social media platform, it can be also normal text message also, or Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp, or in Telegram, or any means, or even any dating websites also, any Tinder or any dating websites. There are also a lot of scammers out there. Okay, within that application also. Okay. So what will happen is once again that promising and manipulating replies, that kind of a conversation will go. Then it will go for next stage where the person will ask you for a video call. Okay. So when the person is asking you for a video call, what the other side scammer will do, that particular case which I said here, though the scammer is a male, basically the guy who got trapped is also male, the scammer also male. If the scammer is a male, what the scammer is doing, the scammer is utilizing some other mobile application which disguises himself as a female. Okay, so a scammer is using application which disguises himself as a female. Now for the person who is in a video call with this person, the victim might think that is he is a female, that is a she, literally it's a female. Okay, so yeah, the call happens, and the person, the scammer, will record all the things whatever is happening through video call, and they will start extorting money. They will blackmail with the recorded video, and they will start asking money to that I will spread it across your family, I will post it in your Facebook, I will send it to all your contact list. So they will kind of blackmail you through all the means. So all these kind of scams fall under a category called romance scams. Okay, and since there are a lot of social statuses and stigmas attached towards all these things, none of this case that easily comes out to the police, or none of the case that easily gets registered anywhere. But despite of this, it is always recommended, however the ways you are falling trapped to all this kind of scam, it's better you come out and put it over the police, register a case in the police, requesting anonymity, so that this all can be handled in a different level. Okay. So this is the online marketplace scams. Will be, I guess, in 15 minutes. I need to wind up the session. I will go a little fast. So basically, you sell sofa, you sell your products through online marketplace. It could be Facebook Marketplace or OLX or Quicker or any other car website or anything. So there, lot of scammers are there. That too, these scammers only mostly target on QR code. When I say QR code, in the sense, I'll give a quick example. You see, you will see a lot of news like this. A person scanned, the person lost 70,000. A person scanned the QR code, the person lost 60,000. A person scanned the QR code, the person lost 80,000. This is all true news. It is just a catchy title. Okay, so literally for you, just because you scan the application, you won't lose the money. You need to scan the application. You need to click proceed to pay. Then you need to enter your UPI pin. Then only you lose the money. But all the news media will portray this very catchy title. They won't portray the real scenario. What really happening is scammer. As I said, scammers all about conviction, manipulation, tricks. Okay, so scammers will manipulate you to basically, these are all the security mechanisms from the Google Pay application. Scammers will manipulate you to bypass all the security mechanisms through words only. Then when you perform all these things, you will lose money. So that's what happening. So one of my friend posted a mango sale in Facebook platform. Immediately she put her number and she received a call. In a call, the person discussed himself as he's calling from army and he need 200 kgs of mangoes. And since it's a big business deal, that is one of my friends believed it to be true, and they took the conversation to WhatsApp. So one second, another scammer called, stating it is first guy name is Srikanth, second guy is Ramesh, stating that it is I'm an assistant of that guy. He asked me to take it forward. I will send you one QR code, and since this particular fund is coming from army fund, these people will use army a lot and misuse army name a lot. So they will say this is coming from defense fund, army fund, defense card, everything. They will say you just need to scan the QR code and click proceed to pay and enter your UPI pin. They won't say in the beginning. They will just say you need to scan the QR code. But whenever they will ask you to scan the QR code, they will also make sure they are in the call, because that's how they scam. They will say, okay, scan the QR code now. You need to click proceed to pay and you need to enter the pin. They will say. Basically, if you see in a different way, for receiving money, you don't need to click proceed to pay or enter your pin. Only for paying the money, you need to do this. Basically, these scammers manipulate you and trick you and make you perform all these actions, and you end up doing all this. Okay. So Alice reached out to me even before she getting scammed, and I was able to go to the scene itself, to the restaurant itself, to understand what it was. And I tried to get all the evidences so that I can spread awareness about this. And we played with the scammer and we fooled the scammer for some time. You can see my detailed video on my YouTube channel. So what would have happened is, first the scammer will say you need to scan the QR code of 5 rupees and you will get 5 rupees back, they will say. Okay. Basically, they are first, the scammer thing is establishing a trust. How they establish a trust is by saying that you scan 5 rupees, you will get 5 rupees. You scan 10 rupees, you get 10 rupees. How this literally happens is, see, you scan a QR code of rupees 5 and proceed to pay and enter your PIN. In real, 5 rupees get debited out of your account, which you may not notice because it comes as a message. Ignorance. Okay, you are ignoring the message. That is what I said, ignorance. Okay. Now the balance will be 19,995. Now what will happen is the scammer will credit 10 rupees to your account. Now your balance will become 20,005 rupees. All these scammer will ask you to check the balance, check the balance, check the balance. When you check the balance through Google Pay, it will be like 20,005 rupees. Now you will start believing, oh, this is how it really works. Now scammer places next card out of the sleeve. Now we will say, okay, now I will make the first payment. Let me make the 5,000 rupees. So now what will happen, since you already believed the whole code, when you do the same thing, once again, proceed to pay and enter your PIN, what will happen is, just a second. Okay. So once again, what will happen is 20,005 minus 5,000 will happen. Your balance will become 50,005 rupees. That is the moment you will get hit. Oh, I lost 5,000. Okay. Now, when you say that to scammer, see 5,000 get debited from my account, that scammer, either the scammer will already close you, block you, and he will run off the scene in the online presence, or what he will do, if he find you to be more vulnerable, what he will do, sir, it is due to some technical issue that it got debited. Now we will send you another QR code which is of 20,000 rupees. You just scan it, you will get all the amount back. He will say, okay. If you do that, you know what would have happened. You would have ended up paying more thing. That is how this first person case. If you see, first 23,500, then once again 40,000 got disappeared. So that is the reason they got lost. And none of this case, just because you scan the QR code, you lose the money. That is a false claim news media has put as a catchy title. The real claim is you scan the QR code and you click proceed to pay and you enter your UPI PIN. Only after this, your amount will get debited. It's just scammer trick you and make you do all this thing, and you won't even realize what is happening. Now, when I say lack of digital literacy, now these things all can't be understood that easily understood by our parents or the kids who are using this application. Now, it is our duty to teach them this is how this application needs to be used so that we can save them from getting scammed. Okay, I'll just play one audio of that recording. Detailed thing you can check in my YouTube. You can say how the scammer is reassuring that they are from army and you don't need to worry about them.
आप कंफर्म करा लीजिए, ठीक है? हाँ, वही सर आप बोल रहे हैं डेबिट कार्ड, लेकिन वो सर ना आपका जो मैनेजर हैं वो बोल रहे हैं कि मैं एक QR कोड भेजूंगा, उसमें आप ट्रांसफर करो करके बोल रहे हैं, तो मैं क्या कर सकती क्यों? क्या कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, डोंट वरी मैडम, मैं आपको अपना ID कार्ड भेज देता हूँ, जो ड्यूटी कार्ड है वो भेज देता हूँ, ठीक है? हाँ सर, क्योंकि ना थोड़ा टेंशन है इसलिए। नहीं, अरे एक इंडियन आर्मी से पोस्टेड है, ऐसा कोई बात नहीं, देश के रक्षक है, देश के सेवक हैं मैम, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, डोंट वरी। हाँ, इसीलिए सर हमें।
See, if you notice how it's so stupid that these scammers are misusing Indian Army name, that they are saying that they are doing great service. It's literally, this is all just a coup they are playing. Okay, so don't get scammed like this. So these are all some of the terms they will utilize. I work for Indian Army. We do great service to nation. You can trust us. I'm saying, why some person who's working in Indian Army will come and call you and say, I'm working for Indian Army. You can trust me. Okay. No one is going to say that. These are all just a scammer tactics. Because normally a citizen of India will have a reverence towards Indian Army who are working in Indian Army. Just because that to the reverence we all hold for them, these scammers misuse the tactics and they siphon the money out of us. Okay. And most of the DP will have either army photo or a person wearing army dress or some defense logo. Okay. Nature of the scammers, scammers might repeatedly exaggerate something, forces you to repeatedly follow the instruction, reassures you repeatedly not to worry, sound extremely convincing and promising. Always watch out for this behavior, and do not scan any QR code from the sources you don't know. Do not believe in buyers or sellers who try to pursue it through exaggerant profession. because no buyers and sellers, it is just a pure transaction that is happening. You are a buyer, you are a seller. No, not really. You need to put your profession and exaggerate, which is fake there. Okay. And if you are selling any products in OLX, Facebook, or any other platform, as a seller, always remember, as a seller, you don't need to scan any form of QR code. If you are a buyer, you need to scan. If you are a seller, you don't need to scan. And you really don't need to click proceed tip and enter your payment to receive money. See, only to send money, you need to do this. To receive money, only they need to do that from their mobile application, send you money back. Okay. So these are all the other general protocols. So the same thing follows for here also. Raise a fraud ticket, reach out to customer care, reach out to a particular bank, wallet company, the same thing. And there was one more scam that happened it is in the India Mart marketplace scam. The same strategy, but this person really lost. At least there, in that case, I was able to save the person from losing money. In this case, I got to know after the person lost money, the person lost 2 lakhs rupees. 2 lakhs. I'm saying 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. He lost in different means. Same QR code kind of a concept. And for one of the record thing, I just wanted to show a different video. 1 second. I will just share a screen with a different video. 1 second. Okay, I'm just sharing my whole screen momentarily. You see, this was the proof that was given to me by the victim. I have blacked the victim part here. You see, the person who is doing a video call is wearing an army dress and disguising himself an army person. But in turn, he was the scammer who siphoned close to 2 lakhs out of this guy. You can see this video now. You see, they are wearing army kind of a dresses and doing video calls like this. You see, this is what happened with that particular army scam. Okay. So back to the slides. These were all the themes. I don't have time now, so maybe I will take all the remaining things in some other session. So now what can be done is I will just run through very fast. Seasonal scams. Seasonal scams is all the scam concept remains the same. Either they want your data, they want your money, they want your credentials. All their end agenda is same, and your desperation factor is or your greed factor or other human emotion factor is going to play out the scene there. Main thing is seasonal scams means when the coronavirus came, coronavirus related scams you will find. Or if let's say Flipkart is or Amazon is putting a Diwali sale, you will find Diwali sale related scam. Or that's all called seasonal scams. Okay. So all these are there is another video out there in this thing, and yeah, all these are there in some of my other videos. To prevent all these scams, whatever I have discussed so far, I'm saying to let it be in the corporate setup or let it be in the your personal level setup. First of all, awareness is very important. When I say awareness, I'm stressing it again. Please go and spread the messages to your friends and families, to your kids, to your grandparents, whoever is in the smart world, because now everyone is literally in the smart world. Okay. Spread them awareness, teach them how to use the application. Don't shy away that it is not your responsibility. It is your responsibility to teach them. And if you have any issues or anything, any scam incident, you can send me to my email ID so that we can raise more awareness together and introspect on the issue. Beware, stay safe, and that's my YouTube channel. And thanks to Kerala Police Cyberdome team for consistently creating cybercrime awareness. They have been doing a great job in this cyber aspect by creating a lot of awareness sessions, and they have been coming up with a lot of initiatives. And also thanks to the volunteers for organizing and conducting these sessions. So thanks. You can drop me questions if you have. I can take up questions now. Yeah. Also, there will be a feedback form out there in the YouTube description or any description. All the viewers, please fill out the description so that it will improvise for me to improve my talk, to improve the topic. What are the topics you want me to discuss, and what are the doubts you have, and also it will also improve the other aspects of the whole Cyberdome Summit. If there are any questions, you can put it in the comment section or chat section.
Hey Pranav, we can have our questions and discussions in our Discord channel.
Sure.
Wow, that was a wonderful session. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Cyberdome Kozhikode. We remain very much obliged to Mr. Venkatesh Shivakumar, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for this Cyber Security Summit and grace this occasion with his presence. Additionally, we are happy to declare our thankfulness to all the participants for putting your time for this informative and thoughtful workshop on social engineering. Now it's time for a big shout out for our sponsors. Cybersecurity Summit 2021, we are proud to announce SBI as our platinum conference partner, MyG as our golden program partner, CAFIT as our silver program partner. Our other conference partners are YAS, ISRA, DEFCON. Kerala Startup Mission is our community partner. Our other community partners are Head Start, Thinker Hub, GDC Kozhikode, GBG Kozhikode, NIT Calicut. NIELIT Calicut is our program partner. eHackify is our technical partner. Red FM is our FM partner. Kicks Media is our media partner. Sia Labs is our CTF partner. And Daily Hunt is our online media partner. And our supporting partner is Battlecore.
ക്ലിയർ ആണോ?
Now we are moving to the second workshop. This is a workshop based on cyber forensic. Cyber forensic is a branch of digital forensic science, the application of investigation and analysis techniques to gather and preserve evidence from a particular computing device in a way that is suitable for presentation in a court of law. The workshop is all about on how to conduct a digital forensic investigation, learn how to do a forensically sound disk acquisition and analysis using open source tools, importing concepts and fundamental principles in forensics and how to apply them in practice, which includes details about digital forensic toolkit, disk forensics, phases of digital forensics, ensuring forensic soundness, write blockers, types of hard disk, acquiring disk image, validating the image, examining and analyzing disk images, generating report. This workshop will be handled by Vipin George, and he is a cyber forensicator, worked at Kerala Police Academy as a cyber forensic consultant after a brief stint as a lecturer of cyber forensics and infosec at MG University. He has more than decades experience in systems engineering and computer networks and holds MTech in cyber forensics and infosec. He was a team leader of Indian Space Research Organization Network Intrusion Detection System project at Smart India Hackathon Finals 2017. He actively volunteers his time as a core team member of Mozilla Kerala community. He has good experience in dealing with training and practice of law enforcement judicial and police officers on digital forensics, cybercrime analysis, information security, malware forensic procedures. Now I leave the platform to Mr. Vipin, and Vipin, it's all yours.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Am I audible?
Yes, Vipin, you are audible. Good to go.
Thank you. I have been introduced well, and by the way, I do have a ham radio license as well, and its call sign goes by Victor Uniform 3 Yankee Victor Golf. And I do enjoy tinkering with Internet of Things and kind of hardware, tinkering boards. Okay, today's workshop is about cyber forensics. I hope all of you are excited to be a part of this workshop. Our agenda is as follows. We will be dealing with what digital forensics is, then the fundamentals of digital forensics, then we will see how we will capture and preserve the evidence so that it can be placed in a proper authority, it can be put forward in a proper way so that it can be presented in a court of law. We will see how a forensic imaging is done, the forensic image acquisition process. Then we will see the list of softwares that with which we can do the acquisition process, and then we will do an analysis with the free and open source software called Autopsy. We will be wondering how we will be doing all these things online. Don't worry, we will be making through each steps in a proper way so that you could also follow these procedures. For that, I request you to please go to the Discord channel and download all the necessary files needed for the workshop. By the time that the theory part is complete, you will be able to do the hands-on with the downloaded software. So if anyone is attending this session on YouTube, let me show you the link to the resources. Okay, if you're attending this session on YouTube, please go to this link so that you could download the essential software that are needed in the second part of this session. I have left the link in the chat box as well. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the session. Here I have talked about two things. Okay, one is about digital forensics, and then I was saying that introduction to forensic imaging, then introduction to the forensic image acquisition process, then acquiring images with FTK imager light, and analyzing images with autopsy. What are all these images? Are these the ordinary images or the other kind of images? What are these images? These are not the photos that we usually capture using our mobile phones or digital camera. These are the exact copies of the original source media. If it is a CD, the old contents of the CD. And if it is a hard disk, the old contents of the hard disk. And if it is a floppy, the entire contents of the floppy. That is the meaning of this imaging process. And we will see how this process is done. I'll just let you have an intro about all these things. Okay. Consider this hard disk. This is a hard disk, and we need to make a forensic copy of this hard disk. If we make a forensic copy of this hard disk, we can have it in two ways. We can have it as an image, or we can have that hard disk copied to one another hard disk, and that is called cloning. So there are two ways. We can have an image which contains all the contents of the hard disk, and we can have an exact replica of the hard disk. There are mainly two ways of creating a forensic copy of the hard disk. So we will see what is being imaged. We are saying that being imaged and copied. The imaging process will copy sector by sector of that hard disk, and it will place that in a file or in a similar hard disk that I have shown in the previous slide. It is a bit by bit copy. In a hard disk, there are different parameters. We will see all those parameters in detail. But for this introduction part, this much amount of information is only necessary. A sector by sector copy, it will be an exact replica of the original hard disk if it is a hard disk. Usually, the hard disk will be having a sector of 512 bytes in size. Okay, let's move on to the little bit of theory part. Okay, what is digital forensics? The formal definition goes like this: the gathering and analysis of digital information in an authentic, accurate, and complete form for presentation as an evidence in a court of law. All these words have definite significance in forensics. Let's see in the following slides. And by the way, any electronic device can be the source of evidence. Maybe it may be an MP3 player, it may be a GPS device, it may be a hard disk, mobile phone, or a drone, or any other kind of electronic device can be an evidence. Usually, the digital forensics has been used as a reactive measure. After an incident has been happened, we will be calling the forensic expert to conduct the digital forensic investigation. That's the case with the court cases and the incident response stages. But nowadays, there are proactive steps that are being made. That means we are continuously monitoring in a forensically sound way. So if an incident happens, we can have all the data so that it can be analyzed. Okay, these are the sub branches of digital forensics. The first thing, the storage or disk forensics, that we are going to deal with in this workshop. And there is memory forensics. It is a very interesting field, that memory forensics. From memory forensics, we can get a lot of information. And one another interesting thing is network forensics. We'll be capturing the network data, and we'll be extracting files and all. And the fourth one is mobile forensics, which includes the other device for as well. That means drones and all those IoT devices also. Those can be collectively called device forensics. Okay, then we will be moving on to the next slide and we'll see why are we conducting this investigation. We are trying to answer these questions. Who has done the particular operation? What has been done? And when the crime was done? And where was it done? And why was it done? And how is it done? We will be trying to answer all these questions. Once we answer all these questions, it will be helpful for the investigation. If we can answer all these questions or a part of these questions, it will be helping that particular case and it will be helping to solve the case, and sometimes it may act as a key evidence in a particular case. Nowadays, there are no crime scenes without a digital device. Almost every crime scene has a digital device, as not a single device, many devices. So it is very important to have a digital forensic expert to have the evidence, to seize the evidence and collect it in a proper forensically sound manner. Like in every operation, preparation is the key to success. And as an incident responder, we have to be prepared to collect the digital evidence as soon as an event is reported. So we have to be prepared all the time. We don't know when the event will happen. And it is necessary to properly train an incident response team. Otherwise, it will be much tiresome to have all the evidence captured by the forensic expert himself. So it is very important to have a team of people who will train themselves and who will train other people and to develop solutions that can be implemented in a crime scene. So I have told that we have to be prepared. What all things has to be prepared? We need to have a list of tools ready, and the kit has to be ready to be used at all times. And we have to ensure that we are properly trained on how to use them. That's why I told in the previous slide that we have to train ourselves. So whenever we are having free time, we should familiarize with these forensic tools and make sure that we are familiar with the standard operating procedures and all. I'll explain all the hardware things in this shown in this picture. There are a lot of things. This is a portable toolkit that we will use to carry to a crime scene. This portable toolkit contains all the necessary and essential hardware to conduct a forensic investigation. So I have told you that we need to be prepared. The first and foremost thing, one of the foremost things is to prepare a hard disk. We need to save the content to a hard disk. And for forensic acquisition, we have to make sure that the hard disk that we are using is free from any other content. So essentially, it is said that we have to wipe the hard disk to ensure that we have a known state. That means the hard disk has to be in a deterministic state. It should not be in an undeterministic state. So whenever possible, it is better to use a fresh hard disk out of the factory than to use a previously used hard disk, because the previously used hard disk may have some information left on the hard disk, and that may affect the further investigation process. There is a procedure called wiping, forensically sound wiping procedure, but it is ideal to use a fresh hard disk for acquisition. And the next important thing is to build a trusted toolkit. Trusted toolkit. The word is particular. It is trusted toolkit. We don't have to prepare a toolkit, simply a toolkit, but we should be preparing a trusted toolkit. That means our software that we use should be downloaded from the authentic website, and the origin of that software should be verified. If you are using a software that is malware infected to collect an evidence, that evidence itself will not be valid. So we have to ensure that we are using a trusted toolkit, and we have to make list of all the items in the toolkit. Even if we are going to a crime scene, the if the person who is using that computer is well advanced, he may have infected that system with a malware. So if you're typing in a dir command in a command prompt, it may wipe the hard disk. So the cardinal rule is that never trust the victims or the criminal system. We should be using our own binary files, and we should always carry them in the portable toolkit. Okay. And by the way, feel free to interrupt me at any time. And if you have any questions, please do ask in the Discord channel or in the other part that I have shared. Okay. So an incident happens, and we have to contain that incident. We have to make sure that if a system is malware infected or maybe a ransomware, we have to isolate it from the other systems and make sure that the other systems are also not affected. But we have to do all these things without affecting the content of the original system. So whenever we are arriving at a crime scene, the first thing that we should do is that we have to photograph the scene. Then it's better to photograph the screen as well of the system, and we can identify on the screen. You could see a crime scene. Okay, here there may be a portable hard disk. There is a headphone that may be paired with a Bluetooth, and there may be thumb drives or something around. We have to inspect the crime scene properly. Then what else? You have to inspect the crime scene properly. Sometimes on the keyboard slider, somebody might have written the username and password of the system. There are software that can break the password, but if you are getting the password in an easy way, it will save a lot of time. Hope you have seen, all of you interested in cybersecurity have seen the movie War Games. I got this screenshot from the War Games movie. It's a very interesting one. Okay, I would suggest you to watch this. Okay, and don't get any ideas from it. Okay, so it is very essential to do the crime scene evaluation first. Even if it's a digital crime scene, we have to scan the premises and make note of everything. It's better to photograph the things and interview the users and ask them questions about how often they use systems and all. It is very important, and this is the most overlooked fact, I suppose. There has been an event in the history. It happened in 1972, one of the earliest. It cannot be called an absolute cyber crime, but we can call it as a computer crime. There used to be a computer called Burroughs B3500, and from 1970 to 1972, it has survived 56 hard disk head crashes. That means in those days, hard disks were much costly, and they had to replace the hard disk 56 times, and the expenditure has been $5 million in those days. And after spending this much amount of money, the company decided to put into additional effort, and they identified the root cause of the event. They implemented a CCTV, much costly in those days, 1970s, and they caught the night shift operator. He was having a psychological problem because he was lonely at night. Night shift operator. So whenever the hard disk fails, the technicians used to come, and this person has felt that he is in good company. So he has destroyed the hard disks. So it is much important to run the interview part. And coming on to the next part, there are basically two kinds of investigation, and it can be further divided. One is that internal investigation. That means if a company's data is being stolen and that company is suspecting one of the employees, they can hire a private investigator and he can run an investigation. So he will also be doing the same procedures. And the second is that it may be a criminal or civil investigation. And the important thing is that At any point of time, an internal investigation can become an external investigation. That means a public investigation that can become a criminal or civil investigation. So it is very important, even if we are running an internal investigation, to follow all the standard steps so that the law enforcement people could exactly collect the evidence as it was already there. So even if we have been called to conduct an internal investigation, it is essential for us to preserve the evidence, and we should not damage the evidence in any way. For doing a forensic analysis or forensic acquisition, we have to learn the basics of forensics. I have been a computer science guy. Okay, I have done my BTech in computer science and then later move on to cyber forensics. So it is very important to learn the fundamental principles of forensics. Then only we can apply the technology in a proper way so that we could acquire the evidence in a forensically sound manner. The first principle is called the Locard's exchange principle. It's a very interesting principle. We'll see into it. And the second is important thing is the order of volatility that we technical people can understand in an easy way. And the third is the documentation phase. That's chain of custody. That's one of the very important steps that we technology people will spend least time on to, but it is one of the most important thing. If chain of custody is lost, the evidence will not be accepted in a court of law. Okay, let's see what Locard's exchange principle is. Okay, Edmund Locard, he's a scientist, forensic scientist. He lived in the 19th century. He's also called the Sherlock Holmes of France. He stated that every contact leaves behind a trace. So if it is a crime scene, every contact by a criminal leaves behind a trace. This is true in the case of organic forensics. This is true also in the case of digital forensics. So what we should do, we should be very cautious at the crime scene. So we can expand the Locard's exchange principle to the digital forensic crime scene, and we can state that Locard's exchange principle like this. Whenever two computers come into contact and interact, they exchange something from each other. And the evidence of that communication can be found in both of the devices. And how we approach them and how we issue commands to view the log files and all. So this is the fundamental principle of forensics. And next we can move on to the volatility factor. We know that data is volatile on a computer system. One of the most volatile data on a computer system is RAM, random access memory. This is the primary memory of a computer. Whenever a computer program is being executed, that program is being brought to the RAM and then it is being executed. And if you are not collecting the contents of the RAM in a timely fashion, the content will change and we may not get the content in any way. So data once lost will be lost forever. There is no way that we could reconstruct the content from the RAM. Okay, there are some questions in the Discord channel that I will address soon. We are coming on to that. Thank you. Please keep the questions coming. So we can say that the ability to retrieve or validate data after a security incident depends on where it is stored. So if it is stored on the RAM, we should collect it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we may not be able to get the data in any way. And the order of volatility is that the order in which we need to recover data after an incident before the data deteriorates or erased or is overwritten. So whenever we are approaching a computer at a crime scene, we should collect the contents of the RAM at first. Then we can collect the data from the network cache and virtual memory as well, by the way. And then we can move on to other least affected memory. Then we can image the hard disk, and then DVD is given the least priority. DVD and CDs are also always given the least priority. Okay, and whatever we do and whatever changes we make, we should always make sure that our footprint is limited. Okay, otherwise the according to Locard's exchange principle, our own actions will also be recorded on the system. So if you are issuing if you are executing a memory intensive program to collect evidence, even for collecting evidence, the contents of the RAM will be lost forever. So whenever we are moving on to the incident response phases, we should be cautious to run only the essential programs that are needed to collect the evidence. We should not run a trial and error method at a crime scene. We should always practice all these things before the crime happens and whenever we are having free time, and never ever try an experimental command on a system at crime scene. So the first thing is RAM, then the next thing is network cache, then we have to collect the evidence from the hard drive. Okay, we will see the procedure whenever we are moving on to the hands-on part. Okay, the next concept is that the chain of custody. Maintain a good record of what we have done with the evidence. So it means it should record the date submitting agency. That means if it's a law enforcement agency, that is very particular. And even if it is a private investigation, that the name of the company, the date collected, time collected, the item number, case number, and who has collected the evidence, and the description of the evidence. And the description has to be extensive, because if you are collecting sometimes even from a home, we can collect 5 or 10 portable hard disks. So it has to be descriptive and properly labeled. And those documentation, we should not be skipping all those things. Okay, so it gives an idea about where has this evidence been and who had access to this evidence. That means physical access as well, and what has been done to this evidence, and has this evidence been left unattended. If this evidence is left unattended, and if this evidence chain of custody form is incomplete, the evidence could not be submitted in a court of law. The court would not be accepting an evidence without proper chain of custody. And all these things are ensuring that the evidence is not tampered. And that's why we are going through these exhaustive steps. And these are the parameters in that chain of custody form about the evidence. Okay. I have covered the theoretical and documentation part of the digital forensics part. Then now we are moving on to the technological aspects of this. Okay, the first and foremost thing, chain of custody must ensure that evidence remains unaltered. Throughout the investigation, the original evidence should always be left as unaltered, and use standardized and repeatable process and documentation. This is very important. We should be running only a repeatable process. That means if you are giving an input, we'll be getting an output. And it should always be the same in all analog point of time. And always leave the state of the target system as undisturbed as possible. We will be making a copy or forensic copy of the original hard disk or any media, and we'll be working on it. Okay, I'll show you the 7 steps in the cyber forensic investigation. The first is the identification phase. The next is the seizure and hashing. We'll see all the steps in detail, and we'll see all the necessary tools for software tools for doing this. Then there is the acquisition phase. Next is the authentication phase to ensure that the original evidence is unaltered. Then we will move on to the analysis part, then presentation part, and the preservation part. The initial steps are done at the scene of crime: identification of the evidence, and the seizure and hashing of the evidence. Then the acquisition part, authentication part, and analysis part, these all parts are done in the forensic lab. Then after running this analysis, the software tools will be able to generate a report, but we have to manually go through the report and we have to give it with a cover letter. And then the presentation part, that we can present the evidence in a court of law, and the evidence has to be preserved for that if there is any future references, we can refer to it. And even after some 2 or 3 years, we have to, if there is a necessity, we should be able to gather the evidence, and it should be in a proper state. So it has to be preserved in silica gel and humid free conditions and all. Okay, let's move on to the crime scene, the interesting part. The first phase is the identification. So we may feel that the identification phase, why there is any difficulty in identification phase. Actually, searching for an electronic evidence is like searching for a needle in a haystack. We don't know where to search. After arriving at a crime scene, we'll be faced with this challenge. There may be a lot of things, a lot of kinds of thumb drives. Okay, hope you can all see the thumb drives. The things that you see on the slide are thumb drives. Who would be able to identify all these things? Okay, so this is a thumb drive. This just looks like a toy, but if we are leaving a toy at the crime scene, and if it is a thumb drive, we'll be missing an important part of the evidence. So it is very important to inspect the crime scene and to learn all these kinds of new generation storage devices with these form factors. Okay, that is one of the important things. Then yeah, these are some other kinds of thumb drives. These are available on Amazon and all other places. This is not a secret. This is publicly available information, but we should be much cautious at a crime scene to collect all these kinds of evidences. Okay, and what all things we have to collect? There are different kinds of storage devices. This is the conventional hard disk that we see at a crime scene. That's 3.5-inch SATA hard disk. That means those hard disks are used inside ordinary desktop computers. Then 2.5-inch SATA hard disk, that means those are used by the laptops and all. Then 3.5-inch ID hard disk, those are used in the olden days. There was integrated drive electronics, ID hard disk. They used a flat kind of ribbon cable for connections. And then the old laptops were using 2.5-inch ID hard disks. Nowadays, modern day laptops are having solid state drives. So there are solid state drives in all different kinds of form factors. So it is very important to collect all the evidence from a crime scene. And the SSD devices, they are having different form factors. Okay, the M.2, the modern day hard laptops are having this M.2 slots, and there are hard disks in very different form factors. And even if the hard disks are in all these kinds of different form factors, we are having specific forensic tools in the hardware toolkit with which we can collect all the evidence. Almost all the latest types of hard disks can be collected with this interface cables and cards. I hope I have shown you this thing. Okay, we will come into it. This is a kind of hardware with which we can connect these kinds of hard disks to our workstation, forensic workstation. And by connecting these, connecting through these dedicated adapters, we can gather the evidence. These dedicated adapters are having one another feature that we will soon look into. So even if a criminal is using all these kinds of hardware, it is possible to gather the evidence. Okay. By the way, a question, simple question, which is least affected by a virus? You can answer in the Discord channel. Or if you're having difficulty in accessing the Discord channel, you can come on to the online Ether part as well. The URL is shown above. I hope it is visible. Okay, I'm getting multiple answers. Okay, wow. Okay, there is answer disk CD, which is least affected by virus. That means all these storage devices can be affected by a virus or a ransomware or a malware, but which is least affected by the virus. Okay, there are multiple answers. We can say that the optical storage medium, CDs, are least affected by the virus because it's once written, it cannot be altered. There are ways in which we can alter the files inside a CD or DVD, but once written, usually the content of the CD or a DVD or a Blu-ray disc remains the same. So it is least affected by the virus, and hard disk and solid state memory, those are having the same fate. So a hard disk and a secondary storage device, hard disk or a pen drive or a solid state drive, those can be affected by a virus much easily. Okay, thank you. So the answer is CD or DVD or any optical storage media that will be least affected by a virus. Okay. So we'll be moving along the phases of digital forensics. The initial part is the assessment. We'll be identifying the evidence, and we will move on to the acquisition of the evidence part. Then we will move on to the analysis part. And most of the analysis tools do have the option for creating reports. We will not be using the auto-generated reports as such, but it will be much helpful for us to use the output from the analysis software. For all these phases, there are dedicated softwares available. Okay, let's see what all things are done at each of the phases. The first phase is the identification, and as in the initial assessment. After then comes the acquisition part. Acquisition involves acquiring a copy or image of the device or the data. Sometimes it may be the complete image of the device, or sometimes it may be the data. And it is very important, always mount the evidence in read-only mode. We have to ensure that the evidence is not altered in any way. And it is essential to verify the integrity of the image. This step is very important. After arriving at a crime scene, we have to make sure that we have to take some information to ensure that the integrity of the evidence is not altered. For that, we need a special purpose software, and that software is available freely, and there are some algorithms for ensuring the integrity of the evidence. We'll see into it. Okay, and there are various acquisition strategies. The first one is the backup files. We are familiar with the backup files. It's very easy. The least preferred method, we can collect the files that are backed up by the dedicated backup software, or if you are using Outlook, the PST file, the email file, or if you are using the Apple iTunes backup, and so those are the backup files. It is one of the easiest methods, and it is one of the least preferred methods. And if there is no other way, then only we will be moving on to this backup kind of method. And then comes the second one, logical acquisition. In logical acquisition, a copy of the file system is created. It may be a zip for, it may be in tarball or in gzip or a zip format. And the good thing about this logical acquisition is that it preserves the date and time stamps. So that's the second way. And I'm not giving priority to these two methods, but because the most important and preferred way of collecting evidence is the physical acquisition. Okay, it creates an exact replica of the storage medium. That means a bit by bit copy. And the advantage is that if you are using this physical acquisition method, it can recover deleted data. This is very important. It can recover deleted data, and it requires specialized analysis tools and techniques. And sometimes the drive management software that's embedded in the chip. That means that software embedded in the chip means that's firmware. That may be affecting the acquisition. So if that chip is damaged, it may be difficult to get the evidence completely. Okay. So before moving on to the acquisition part, let's see the components of a hard disk. Hard disk is still used, and even if you are having solid state memory, it is still one of the long preferred ways of long-term storage next to the magnetic tapes. So we are having, whenever we need a large amount of storage, we will always buy portable hard disk, and a portable hard disk of 2 TB, 4 TB and higher capacities are available. The hard disk has been in place for more than some 3 decades, but the technology of that hard disk has increased to accommodate the more storage. The storage density has been increased, but the core technology that's driving the drive electronics remains the same. So for every hard disk, there is a platter, there is a magnetic platter, there is a disk, and that disk is divided into tracks, and that tracks are further divided into clusters, and that clusters will contain the sectors. These are the 3 parameters that are necessary. Why we are learning all these things? Tracks, sectors and clusters. So whenever that hard disk is going to fail, if a cluster or a sector is damaged and marked as a bad block, if we can calculate the specific address of this sector that is damaged, we can specify commands to skip that sector and have the data recovered. So whenever a hard disk is moving, and when it is moving over a bad block, it will try to access the bad block, and the system will hang. So if we can skip on that, we can read the other data, and if that may contain the essential evidence part. This is the structure of a hard disk. There is a rotating magnetic disk, and there is a head on it, and this disk is logically being divided into all these kinds of sectors and clusters, and there are dedicated tracks on that. Why I am saying all these things in a cyber forensics workshop? That may be a good question. Why are you saying all these kinds of theory? Why should we learn all these things? That is an important aspect to it. If only we know all these operations, then only we may be able to recover data from a damaged hard disk. So if we understand the basic working of a hard disk, you can recover a damaged hard disk. That means you can send 80 commands to this hard disk, and you can start the hard disk, you can stop the hard disk, you can move the head to and fro and all. So if only we understand all these things, though only then we can do all these things. Okay, so a hard disk is divided into clusters, and the clusters will contain the sectors. Usually a sector will contain how much information? 512 bytes. We can change that, but usually it is 512 bytes. Okay. Is there any doubt or any kind of thing in any kind of questions? Please free to express in the Discord channel. I'm having some questions in the Discord channel. I will come on to that. Okay. Then we will see what an ordinary file is. We always know what a file is. File is a collection of information written to a disk, and it is usually created in a application specific format. That means if I'm writing something on a notepad, and if I'm saving it, usually it is saved as a text file. So let me save this file. Okay, I'll save it as workshop. Fine. Usually it will be saved as a txt file, and it occupies a fixed number of clusters. It will, whenever we are saving a file, it needs a storage space, and operating system always writes in clusters. That is very an important point. Our operating system can always address a cluster, and whenever we are saving a large file, we will be saving that file in a one cluster, and if there is not enough space on the nearby tracks, that's the next part of the files will be saved in some other cluster, and when the file ends, there will be an end of file. This is how a file is saved on a hard disk. Okay, the file that we save has a logical file size. Okay, let me show you. I'll take a new notepad. Okay, I'll type in hello. How many bytes will it will take to save this file? Could you answer in the chat box? There are how many characters in hello? There are 5 characters in the word hello, and each character consumes 1 byte of memory. 1 byte of memory. So how much size will it take? Shall I save this file? Okay, let me save this file. Okay, let me save it. Okay, let me save it as hello. Okay, I'm overwriting that file, and let me show that file. Okay, there is a file called hello that I have saved onto the drive I. Okay, if I look into the properties, hope you could see the screen, or let me zoom it out. Okay, the size is 5 bytes, but you could see that the size on disk is 4 KB. That means 4096 bytes. Why is it happening? Why is it happening? Could anybody answer this? Whenever we save a file, actually the file is only 5 bytes in size, but it is consuming 4 kilobytes of storage space on the secondary memory. Let me show you. Okay, this is the size on disk. This is the actual logical file size. The first one is logical file size, and the size on disk is 4 kilobyte. Okay, if I write something more, it will consume more amount of memory. It is due to the one reason that the operating system writes only into a cluster. So whenever we are saving a file, operating system can write only to a complete cluster, even if the file is consuming only a part of the sector or a part of a cluster. An operating system can write only to a complete cluster. So that's why the physical file says, that means amount of file space is space that's occupied by a file is in bytes. So there is a new term that we will be learning, that's called the file slack. Because of this, we will be losing a lot of space lost in the rest of the architecture. Okay, let me show you a picture of the same. So actually only this much amount of space is consumed by the actual file, and the rest of the space is due to the operating system's way of writing only to clusters. So the rest of the space is called file slack, and it is having some forensic importance, and it is having very significant it is a very significant value to forensics, because sometimes a part of the file may be available at the slack space. Okay, let me show how what happens when a file is written to a hard disk. Okay, so here I'll be here it is written hello world. Okay, consider our previous file as the hello world file, and in hello world there are 12 characters, so it will consume only 12 bytes of memory. So it will take only 12 bytes of storage as the logical size, but a hard disk that is having a cluster size of 4 kilobytes. So it has 8 sectors. So what happens is that the hard disk contains a cluster. It will, for saving a file, it needs to write it to a cluster. That cluster is having 4 kilobytes, and that's having 8 sectors. Our file only consumes only this much amount of space, but the rest of the part, this much part of the sector, needs to be filled. Actually, for filling that sector, what the operating system will do is that it will pull the nearest content from the RAM, random access memory, primary memory, and it will fill it with the content from the RAM. And then the rest of the space may contain the content from the previous file that was written over there. It may be there may be some old data. Old data may be available here. So if you are using a specific some specific forensic tools, we can extract content from this RAM slack and disk slack. Okay, I'll explain it with a simple example. Consider this as a hard disk. There is a file, and that file, the file name is file A, that it consumes 2 sectors, sector 1 and sector 2. Then the file A was deleted, so there is no sectors are marked as unallocated, and the content of that sectors are left as such. Only the sectors are marked as unallocated. So when a new file B comes, it consumes the first sector completely, but the second sector partially. So what happens is that the rest of the portion contains the content of file A, only the partial contents of the file A, and with adequate forensic tools, we will be able to reconstruct the files. So we are going to see how to reconstruct these kinds of files from slack spaces, and these sometimes it may happen that the hard disk will also be having some hidden spaces as well. Okay. Are we together? Do you have any doubts? Please express in the Discord channel. I hope everyone has completed downloading the essential software. And if you are having problems in downloading the large image file, you can download the simple small image that I have created. Let me show you. If you're on a slow connection, try downloading this small image, 100 MB image. These images are heavy. It may take a while to complete the download. Okay. So what does these spaces contain? Sometimes these spaces contain, yeah, I'll show you. Remnants of older files, okay, and it may contain old data that was deleted but not overwritten yet. Okay, if it is overwritten, we cannot recover, but sometimes it may contain a gold mine of information. That means sometimes the passwords and old directory structures. Directory structures will be helpful in identifying the storage nature of a criminal, and then we can try recovering files from that specific directories. And other miscellaneous information, sometimes maybe some stolen credit cards or something. In US, there has been a case where one person has hidden so much of child abuse material on a hard disk, and the metadata and the content from the slack space help to bring him to the court of law. So these spaces are having an important relevance in disk forensics. Okay, I have shown you an image of the portable disk forensics workstation, digital forensic toolkit that includes all the essential tools for disk forensics. Usually these are the contents of the hard disk needs to be acquired. So we need additional portable hard disk to store the contents of the hard disk, and the operating system with all patches. We should be having the operating system with all the patches. If it is Windows, it's okay. If it is Linux, it should be having all the patches. Whatever be the operating system, it should be having all the patches and reliable software tools. That means we have seen that we should be running our own trusted toolkit. The important thing is that never trust the software on the criminal system. He may have altered the binaries. He may have altered the names. So if you are running a dir command, it may format the hard disk, or it may override the files or something. And sometimes we need dedicated hardware for reading some special kind of hard disks. Especially if it is a server computer, it may be having a SCSI kind of interface. There may be different kinds of interfaces. There is a question regarding to that. I will answer that. Then we need an evidence container. Then we need storage media for storing the evidence. Digital camera is essential. And why a digital camera is essential? We do have mobile phones with good cameras and all. It is very important from a forensic perspective to have a digital camera without an internet connection, because we cannot afford to a chance by hacking or any other exploitation. And gloves. We should always protect the conventional forensic people. So if there are any fingerprints or something, we should not spoil it at the cost of collecting digital evidence. We should always respect the conventional forensics, because fingerprints, once lost, it will be lost forever. So we should be wearing the gloves. Okay. And the cardinal rules as well. We should never mishandle the evidence that we are familiar with. Never work on original digital evidence. We should always make a forensically sound copy of the digital evidence. Never trust the subject's operating system, and document everything. Whatever actions that we do, we should document it. And how we are going to do all these things? It's better to use a live CD or DVD to boot from it. And don't store anything on a suspect storage. We should not store anything on the suspect storage. And don't attach these workstations to any network. Network connections should be teared down. And whenever we are analyzing an evidence, we should use separate VMs for each case so that we can avoid any cross contamination. So if some evidence may be having some ransomware or something, maybe some malware. So if you are analyzing an evidence with a malware or a ransomware, and once the analysis part is complete, our workstation may get infected. So it is very important to have the workstation in a clean way. So it's the ideal way is to have the system reinstalled each time, but it's very difficult. So it may be possible with the help of a VM to run each case in a separate VM so that they are not affected, they are not cross contaminated. Okay. To ensure that the evidence is not altered in any way, we can use a special kind of hardware. Okay. For forensic acquisition, the fundamental thing is to acquire the evidence. For acquiring evidence, the destination storage, the hard disk that we need to use should be greater than the source. Okay, there is one important thing. This is true only if you are cloning the hard disk. So if you are creating an image of the hard disk, we should always use a media that should be larger than the source hard disk. For an example, if you are using a source hard disk of 750 GB, we should need hard disk that is larger than 750 GB to image the drive. Usually if a hard disk is 750 GB, the next available storage size is 1 TB. So if you are creating an image of the original hard disk of the 750 GB, we should use a hard disk that is larger than the hard disk only if you are creating a forensic clone. If you are using a clone, equal size will also do. Equal size is okay. So these are the two things that is important. Reinstall forensic platform each time. This is better said than done. So it will be so it's better to run those things in a VM. And the important thing is to use write blockers. And we will see what write blocker is. Write blocker, there are two kinds of write blockers. We will see the first type. First type is a hardware write blocker. The purpose of the write blocker is to prevent data from being written to the drive. So we are having a forensic workstation. We will be running a forensic tool to gather the evidence. So if you are connecting that forensic tool directly to the evidence drive, if there is a malware on this forensic workstation, it will alter the drive. There are so many things happening whenever we are plugging a hard disk to a forensic workstation. So we should ensure that the evidence drive is not altered in any other way. So we should use a specific hardware called write blocker that will block all the write operation. It will block all the write operation. So whenever we are connecting an evidence drive, maybe a pen drive or a hard disk, we should always connect it through a hardware write blocker. The forensic workstation may be having a USB port, so it's better to connect it to a USB 2.0 or 3.0 port. Okay, and the write blocker will be having attachment cables that we can use it to connect to an evidence drive. I'll show you an actual image of a write blocker and a hardware. Okay, this is the picture of a hard disk being connected to a write blocker. This is a Maxtra hard disk that is connected to a Tableau write blocker. There are two connections to the hard disk. One is for the data line. The red cable is for the SATA data cable, and the other cable is for providing power to the hard disk, plus 5 volt and plus 12 volt. 12 volt and 5 volt supplies are needed for the hard disk. And this Tableau write blocker, this thing will be connected to a USB port of a system, our forensic workstation. So it will be connected using the USB. So this is how an evidence should be connected. This write blocker will be, this is a SATA kind of write blocker. There are specific write blockers for connecting USB pen drives and all. So we should always connect our hard disk or any other evidence drive to a write blocker. We can buy a write blocker online. Okay, one of them is Tableau. But all those people who are interested in learning about digital forensics and doing digital forensic research, they may not be able to afford a write blocker for the purpose of experimenting. Okay, this is a Tableau write blocker. Okay, this is the kind of write blocker that I have shown you. So what this write blocker does is that it just blocks the hard disk write channel from the computer. That means whenever we are writing a file to a hard disk, it will use the interrupt 13H. If anyone is interested in microcontrollers, microprocessors, and all system level programming, they might be knowing about all these things. The interrupt 13H is necessary for writing to a hard disk. So what this hardware do is that it will block the interrupt 13H. So nothing on the evidence drive will be changing, but we can read from the hard disk and we can collect the entire evidence. So what we will do is to implement a software write blocker. Okay, we are going to do a forensic acquisition by write blocking our USB port. There is an easy way. We can use the Windows registry to edit, and by that editing we can write block the USB port. A word of caution: if you are write blocking the USB, make sure that you are disabling the write blocking part. Okay, whenever you are leaving the system, if you are attending this session on your office computer other than your personal system, I would not suggest you to follow these steps. Let me explain the steps. Okay, go to the regedit. I know that there are some students in the session. They have informed me, so that's why I'm passing through these steps in a slow way. Okay, if you need to speed up, just let me know in the chat box. How to enable write protection using the Windows registry. The first step is to start the Windows registry. Windows registry is a hierarchical database of so many things on a Windows computer. Okay, for getting the registry, I'll show you. Okay, click on the start and then press on the Windows and run key, the alphabet R. You'll be getting the run box. Type in regedit, register edit, the short form of register edit, regedit. Then you will be getting the Windows registry. There are so many keys and in the registry hives. Okay, you might be getting the registry in this fashion. Okay, what you should do is go to this specific path, local machine. If it's a Windows 10 system, okay, let me follow. Please follow me. That means you have to go to the H key local machine. Let me share the path in a notepad so that you could view it much more easily. So you should go to this path on the registry, H key, local machine, system, current control set, and then control. You should go to this part. I'm going to this part, H key, local machine. I'm going to the control and H key, local machine, system, current control set, and then control. And then right click on the control folder key and select new and click on the key. And name the new key storage device policies. Shall I paste these steps in the chat window? Okay, I'll be pasting steps in the Discord channel. Okay. I'm pasting those steps into the Discord channel so that you could also follow. Please be careful while editing the registry. If you edit the wrong hive and if you delete any of those things, your system may not boot. So you have to be extra careful with it. And let me enable the write blocking. You have to make sure that you are at the exact hive, H key, local machine, system, current control set. Then control, and then right click on it and create a new key. And that new key, storage device policies, storage device policies. I may not be able to create the key because I do already have a similar key, because that key has been existing on my system. So for you, you should create the storage device policies key, and inside that storage device policy, you have to create a new dword value. That dword value has to be like this: write protect. The case, it is case sensitive, and there is no space in between write protect. So I have created a new dword value called write protect, and just double click on it. It will be having a value of 0 at right now. Okay, right now it is having a value of 0. So right now what I'm going to do is to insert a thumb drive to my system, and let me show you. Okay, so I have inserted a thumb drive. Right now you can see that I have inserted a thumb drive. This is a live Linux boot disk. Okay, let me copy a file to this thumb drive. Okay, I'm copying. I'm copying this a file to this thumb drive. You can see that the file got copied over here. Now I'm going to enable write protect. Okay. For enabling write protect, double click on that write protect and make the value as 1. Then click OK. I have changed the value of write protect as 1, and then I have closed it. Now let us see whether this is write protected. Let's see. We do have a hello file over here. Okay, we will try copying that file to this thumb drive. Would it work? I do want answers. Will it work? Could you please paste your answers in the chat box? I have enabled write blocking in the registry, and I'm going to paste a new file to this pen drive. Would it work? That's the question. Let me show you. I'm pasting it. That file got pasted. What happened? I have enabled write protect. Even then, the file got copied. Okay, this is what happened. We have, even if we are write protected, we have write protected in the write protecting enabled in the Windows registry. Here it is 1. There is one cardinal rule. We have to disconnect. If the thumb drive is already connected to the system, we have to disconnect it at first. Right now I have disconnected it. Now I have to insert it again. We have to be extra careful with it. Now let me try opening a file. Okay, our hello file. The hello file got opened. Okay, let's changing it. That's hello world. Okay, and I will try saving it. Now what has shown the media is write protected. Now the USB port is write protected. Only the hard disk and thumb drives that are connected to the USB port of this system is write protected. All the internal drives are read and write, and if any of the IEEE 13994 fireware port is being used, those things are still read or write. Only the USB port is write protected. This is one another way of making our system write protected. So each one of you who has made their system as write protected, please disable this feature. You can double click on the registry and click on the 0 part. Okay. Then you can, now the USB port is not write protected. You have to, again, for this thing to work, you have to again disconnect and connect it. Okay. Okay. So the essential thing is that whenever we are doing a forensic acquisition, we have to write protect the drive. The ideal way of write protecting is to use a dedicated hardware write blocker. Only a hardware write blocker will be properly accepted in a court of law. So it is very important to connect a hardware write blocker. We should not be doing a forensic acquisition without a hardware write blocker. But for learning digital forensics, you can utilize this registry kind of technique, or there is an easy way using Windows group protect feature as well. So those things can be done. So these are the steps. So if you are using a Linux system, it is a little bit difficult, but it's possible. For that, you have to use a Linux write blocker. That's a kernel mode hack. You can get it from the GitHub link. Okay. Let's move along, and shall I show you the proper imaging process? Okay. For disk imaging, we should be using a dedicated software. Disk precision. We will be using software FTK Imager Lite. This is a free software, not open source, but it is more convenient for Windows users to use FTK Imager Lite. So let me start that FTK Imager Lite. I have shared you the link of that FTK Imager Lite software, and with that software you can okay, this is the user interface of FTK Imager. It's a very easy software. You should you can use this to acquire the evidence. In the file menu, you can go to the create disk image part. Now we are going to image a pen drive. So you can select the physical drive, then click on next, and then we should select the proper device, source device. Okay, I'm going to image the 31 GB USB drive. Okay, hope the screen is visible for you. You have to select the proper device from the source, select the source drive selection window, then click on finish. Now it will ask for the location to save these files. So if you need to save the files in a hard disk, you have to specify it. Okay, and now there is an option that came. There are 4 options. One is the raw image file. Next is the smart format. The next is the E01 format. Next is the advanced forensic format. RAW or DD format is accepted by most of the cyber forensic software, but but it needs the exact amount of space as the original hard disk. But other type of AFF and E01 has compression features and so many with security and other additional features. But for maximum compatibility, you can use the raw file format. Click on next. Then you have to type in the case number and all those things. You should be very careful that you have to type in correctly. Okay, I'm for the sake of demo, I'm filling it with random value, and we have to fill in the unique description and all those things. Okay, and now you have to select the image destination. You have to select a folder or a drive that is having enough free space. Okay, and then there is an option for fragmenting the file. So if you are using any old file system, or if you are using a pen drive that is being formatted with FAT32, you can use the fragmentation feature. Then you have to specify the file name. Okay, 31 GB Kingston. I'm filling it up. Okay. Now I can click on finish, and then it will ask for one other option: verify images after they are created. We should always verify the images after they are created at a crime scene, but for the sake of saving time, I'm removing that. Then I'm clicking on the start. It will create an image. Okay. This process will take time, so I have created an image already well in advance so that I can show you, and I have given you an image, by the way, as well, so that you can analyze it. So the software to acquire the forensic image is Access Data FTK Imager. There are other Linux free software as well that are available on Linux that is also having all these features. For the sake of GUI, I have shown you this. We can use any software, any forensically good software, any good software to acquire the evidence in a forensically sound way. The one other forensic software is called GUImager, that is free and open source, that you can use to acquire evidence in a Linux system. GUImager on a Linux system, this GUImager is fast and very fast compared. It is compared to other paid version softwares. It can be compared to. It is very fast compared to the old command line version of the tool. And from here you can download the GUImager software. So there we have seen an option to verify the image. So it is very important to validate the image so that we can ensure that the original forensic image is only the original forensic image is copied, and after that forensic copy process, nothing has been altered. For acquiring, we have used the FTK Imager Lite. For validating, most of the forensic softwares has the facility to validate the image. For validating the image, we are using cryptographic checksums. So what we do is to use the message digest MD5 128-bit kind of hashing. But in the recent days, after there has been some collisions in the MD5, the ideal way is to hash the file, the original forensic file, using the SHA-256. Before that, I will show you what hashing is. Hashing is a mathematical operation. It's very simple. So if you are giving an input to an cryptographic hash function, say SHA-1, it will give you a digest, a fixed length digest. And if you are giving another input, then you will be getting another digest. And if we are altering a single bit of the digest, look at the input. Instead of the over, we have replaced it with a U, but the change in the digest is huge. That means if we change a single bit in the input, the change in the digest is large. So if you are collecting an evidence, and if you are taking the digest of that evidence as a whole, the hard disk as a whole, and whenever we are doing the same mathematical operation to the hard disk again at a later point of time. If that is that value is same, we can say that the original evidence is unaltered. So here I have used the example of SHA1 hash. So for those who have those people who have already downloaded the image, you can calculate the hash of the image that I have provided, so that you can make sure that the image is unaltered in any other way. So whenever you are using a software like FTK Imager to image a hard disk or a pen drive, it will create a report in the same folder. So here I have created a forensic image for sample purposes, and the forensic image is having the MD5 checksum value 75D, this much long string, and the SHA1 value this much long string. So whenever you are analyzing this evidence, the first step before analysis is to verify the evidence. So you can use a software called HashCalc. I have given you the link of that software. Let me start the software. Okay, the name of that, it is a small tool, HashCalc. With this, I can find out the hash value of the file that I have given you. I have given you an image file, sample image. Okay. Now this software has the option of generating so many different kinds of algorithms, MD5, SHA1 and all. Now let's generate the hash. Now it has calculated the hash. The MD5 hash, I will show you the MD5 hash. MD5 hash is this, and what else? The SHA1 hash is this. Shall we verify the hashes from the original report of the imaging software? Yeah, here I am copy pasting the results from the original imaging software. Are they aligned? Are they the same, one and the same? This is how a forensic image is verified at the cyber forensic lab. Once at the crime scene, when it is imaged, a hash value is generated by the acquisition software. Here in this case, as access data FTK Imager. And whenever that file is being transported to the cyber forensic lab, after arriving at the lab, we will verify the hash value of the original file. Then if the hash value taken at the crime scene and if the hash value taken at the lab matches, then we can ensure that the original evidence is unaltered. Is there any doubt? Feel free to express in the Discord channel. Okay, I'll be answering those doubts that I have previously. Okay, there is a good question in the chat box. How to do imaging in data center environment when RAID configuration exists? Okay, that's a good question. Actually, why I am saying that that's a good question? I hope everyone is familiar with the RAID configuration. RAID, redundant array of inexpensive disk. There are two configurations. Major popular configuration RAID 0 and RAID 1. Then RAID 5 configurations. Okay, I'm not going into the implementation details of all those things. There are two ways there where RAID can be implemented. It can be implemented in hardware as well as in software. So if the RAID is implemented in hardware, it is very essential to have the exact hardware RAID card that is to be available. And if it is implemented in software, nowadays the modern day forensic tools can acquire RAID array disk that are implemented in software. We can image the individual disk and recombine them, and we can get the original dynamic disk. But if they have implemented it in hardware, we should follow the exact kind of hardware configurations to acquire the disk. In those kinds of scenarios, this FTK imager can be used, and whenever we are acquiring the evidence, we have to choose file, create disk image, then we have to select the logical drive. Otherwise, the RAID array, a single partition may be spanning to multiple disks. So in that case, only a logical acquisition will give you a valid image that can be analyzed in a forensic software. Okay. So we have to select the logical acquisition part as well. Okay. I hope that answers the question. And the question from the same guy, how to extract data from disk encrypted devices like BitLocker. If you're acquiring a disk image from a BitLocker, log on to that Windows session that with the BitLocker encryption key and all. You can log on to that user account, run the access data FTK imager, create disk image, and you have to select the logical drive option. Then only it will be able to identify the content properly. Otherwise, it's very difficult. And some of the forensic softwares has the facility to insert the key and extract the encrypted content. But if the system is turned on, the best advice is to acquire the evidence using access data FTK imager or any other software that has the facility of acquiring the evidence in a logical way. Logical drive, okay, option. Okay, I hope that answers that question. Okay. So if there are any more questions, feel free to express them in the chat box on the Discord channel. Okay, let's move along and let's move on to the analysis part. Okay. So what I have done is that I have created 2 images, and I have created a single image for people who has lower internet connection speed, so that they could also follow the workshop. What I will do is that I will analyze the smaller image first using the software called Autopsy, and then I will move on to the larger image. Okay, are we together? Are we good? Okay, for forensic analysis purpose, we need to use a software. That software is called Autopsy. Actually, there has been a software called the Sleuth Kit, and Autopsy is a GUI for that Sleuth Kit. I'm starting the software Autopsy. It's loading. It will take a while to open. Meanwhile, I'll show you one another thing. I have told you, Windows has a place called Windows Registry, and we have edited some registry keys to make the USB drives write protected. So Windows Registry is a hierarchical database. It stores a lot of information about the Windows system, and that, for example, the type of hardware that we are having. And there is one more important information that is of forensic value: the list of USB devices that a system has ever been connected to. So once it happened to me that when I went to Bangalore to conduct a cyber forensic workshop at a famous university, my thumb drive got stolen. The same thumb drive that you are seeing on the screen right now got lost, and it was stolen. So what I did is that I have to file a complaint. I don't know the serial number of that pen drive. So what I used is that I used a software called USB Device View, which is a small software from Newsoft. It queries the Windows registry, and with which that software I can get the serial number of that thumb drive that I have already lost, because it is a hierarchical database, and because of that it has stored the serial number of that Kingston thumb drive. Okay, the same things, Kingston thumb drive. I'm showing you the serial number of my thumb drive. Okay, and it shows one another information, registry time, when it was connected to this system for the first time. I hope that is visible for you. When this system, when this thumb drive was connected to the system for the first time, and when was it last connected. So with this information, I filed a complaint to the administrative officer at that college, and then I thought that whoever who took the pen drive should have tried this thing at their computer lab. So what I did is that I ran the USB device software on their computer lab. I took the help of the students over there. They found the system that that particular person who took the pen drive has tested by inserting into the USB port. I got the exact time that he has accessed that thumb drive. Then what I did is that I noted the time, and then I have informed the security of that building, and they were having a surveillance camera. Then they have exactly identified the person who took the thumb drive, and I got the thumb drive back. So even a small registry value would be a key clue to a crime, and we could get this. And I got my thumb drive back. Okay, so the possibilities are endless. So you should always try this software, USB Device View, and the place where this software, all this information is stored is called Windows Registry. What I told you about all these things is that whenever we are acquiring an evidence and whenever we are analyzing it, we can analyze registry to yield all these kinds of essential evidence. Okay, let me try. I'm going to issue a case name. Okay, maybe 201. Okay, it's going to say my base directory. I have to give it the directory. I've given my directory, and then case number has to be a valid case number, ideally 2021 February. It has to be consistent, and if a person, if at a forensic lab, you have to be consistent. You have to put in notes, 100 MB image. I'm giving a small image, and I'm clicking on finish. Okay, then it is creating a case database. Okay. Now it is asking for the disk image that we have already created using the FTK Imager software. My time zone is GMT plus 5:30, and I have to point that disk image. Okay, I'm giving the sample image. Here there is an option for sector size, and I am giving you it as auto detect. Here I can give the MD5 hash value if needed for the documentation purpose. It is optional, so for the sake of saving time, I'm clicking on next. Now comes the interesting part. This autopsy is having so many ingest modules. So if we want to look at a particular kind of information, we can explicitly select those specific types. So if it is an operating system drive, and if we want to extract web browsing data and all other recent activity, user activity, etc., you can give a tick over that. If you want to identify the file type, you can check this thing. Then there is one other interesting thing, extension mismatch detector. Extension mismatch detector means some people will rename the file for the sake of hiding them. Sometimes somebody may hide a JPG file as a doc file. They will simply rename it. With this ingest module, this thing, we can identify those kinds of mismatches. And embedded file extractors, that means if you are embedding files inside PowerPoint presentations, documents and all, we can extract files from that. Picture analysis, general analysis of pictures, and there is a dedicated purpose for it. There it can extract metadata content. That means data about data. I will show you when the ingest module is running. Then we can search for some specific email address and all. Now, right now we are going to analyze emails only. Okay, there is an email parser. Please select only the essential things that are necessary. It will make all the things much faster. Okay, now I'm clicking on next. Now it is being analyzed. By the time we will see what metadata is. We all know that metadata is data about data, but what is the purpose of it? What could you infer from this picture? It is taken at a beach. Okay. There is a lot more information to this digital information. This is the EXI of data. EXI of data. It shows the manufacturer of the phone and the capturing parameters, image capturing parameters. More than that, it contains a lot of other information, something like a geo information. Metadata is of very importance in a case because in this happened in US. He's a serial killer. He started his serial killing in the 1970s. Then he stopped for a while and there was no clue about him. But after a point of time, he sent a file to a TV channel. Okay. Police found the metadata embedded in a deleted Microsoft Word document. And in that metadata, it was written that last edited by Dennis. He was caught and then he's put into prison only with the help of clue from this metadata. You can read about this, the entire story about the Dennis Rader story on the Wikipedia. It's a very interesting case study. So let's see what all metadata has our autopsy has extracted. This is the interface of autopsy. If I'm clicking on the image, it shows the complete hex dump of the image. This is a small image. That's why it has loaded much sooner. Here, there is an option for viewing the metadata. This partition contains deleted files. And if you're clicking on that, you can view the file metadata and the image itself. Okay. I hope the image is visible for you. Why this content is important in an investigation? So if you are getting a thumb drive or if you are seizing a mobile phone with a lot of images, if you want to identify the places where this person has been, there is an option called geolocation in autopsy. Click on this thing. It will show all the places. It will extract the EXIF info and it will identify the places where this person has been to. So I have been to Kozhikode. I have been to this another photo that I have included in the image is from Kunur. Okay. The other one is from Chennai. Okay. So this is very important in an investigation. So I have shared this image. Try out it for yourself, and then if you have any doubts, just let me know. And let me know the type of let me know the mobile phones that I have been using. Okay, I am not showing it in the presentation. Okay, you can get the text extracted from the images. There is a lot of information embedded in the JPG picture. Okay, just let me know in the Discord channel which all were my phones in those days. Okay, and the important thing is that it shows the latitude and longitude and the device model along with the results. Okay, try it for yourself. Okay, Let me close this case and let me open an interesting case. Okay. The image that I have shared with you contains, okay, okay, these are the next images that I am going to analyze. Digital corpora. Okay, you can download these. You need to download both the files. Both are in NCase imaging format. It is supported by autopsy. Okay, I have analyzed the image previously before the session, as it takes a lot of time to run all the modules. Okay, so I will open the already existing case. So it took a lot of time to analyze this much amount of information. I have recorded a video, I suppose. Let me see. When I ran the software, okay, please look at the time on this video. That's 7:55 a.m. I hope this is visible. Okay, I started analysis at 7:55 a.m. Okay, I created a new case. I have given the new case information. I'm skipping that part for the sake of saving time. Then I have selected almost all the options because the sample image contains an operating system and it contains web browser history. So if you want to extract all the information, you need to run the ingest modules. There is a facility for virtual machine extractor. So if there is a virtual machine image inside that that forensic image, it will extract that virtual machine image as well. So I have, okay, let me show you. Okay, it started analyzing the evidence. I started the process at 7:56 a.m. Then by 8:04 a.m. it has analyzed up to only 7% because it is having a lot of activities. It is analyzing so much of the registry files and all. Now it is analyzing the browsing history. So after some 59 minutes, it has analyzed and it has given a lot of information. Let me share some of the information. This is the case, and I have saved the case for the sake of saving time. What all things it has detected? Extension mismatch detected. That means on this computer, somebody has hidden a file using the rename option. So if the original type is MS Office file, but he has renamed it as drmv2.lic. Hope the screen is visible for all of you. And you can right click on it. If you want to extract the file, click on extract the file, and you can export it to the desktop. Okay, let me try to save it as a doc. Okay, the ingest module has detected it as a doc format. Okay, let's try. File is extracted. Let me try opening that file. By the way, there is one important thing. Whenever you are opening an extracted file, it is essential to make sure that it is not virus affected. Go to virustotal.com, and upload the file over there to make sure that it is not virus affected. You can upload the file over there and then verify that this is not virus affected. By the way, the second image that I have given you may have a malware, but your antivirus will definitely flag it and you can remove it. It won't be a problem as long as it is inside the forensic image. But once it gets extracted, it is dangerous. So we should be always cautious when dealing with systems that are infected with ransomware. Okay. And then what all information else it shows? It shows the list of images inside this forensic image. Some may be deleted, extension mismatches, and then it will show the list of software that is installed on this system. Okay, that means Adobe Flash Player, Shopify Flash. What we are looking on is that if that person is hiding something, he may be using onion routing. Maybe we are looking for the traces of Tor. Then the operating system information. It shows, at first it shows only the basic Windows NT kernel x86 architecture. Okay, 32-bit. But on further detail, it shows that it's using Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack 3. Okay, and it shows the list of user accounts by SAM file. And with each evidence, it shows from where it got this information. Source file path is also included. And the recent document is very important. So if it is in some fake document or some kind of thing, it has to be inspected. Now this thing, yeah, my antivirus has been triggered because I have clicked on that tem.lnk. Okay, I'm stopping the antivirus scan. So it is very important to have a good antivirus. And if you're suspecting ransomware, it is better to run autopsy on a Linux system, so it won't be affecting your investigation. And it shows the run programs. Then Windows shellback, lot of information, and the list of USB devices attached. Okay, so you can get the name of that thumb drive that he has been using on this computer. So if he's hiding that evidence, you can ask for it. So, and if you're searching for evidence in multiple drives, if there are so many hundreds of drives or something, you can search the specific drive. Okay. And you can get the web bookmarks. This is SQLite. That means that's from Mozilla. Okay. SQLites. Then web cookies, the cookies and the websites that he has visited, including the timestamp, and the web downloads. So what all things he has downloaded. Then the web history, it is scoring the web history. I suppose we are running out of time. So let me know if there are any doubts in the Discord. Yeah, as per my understanding, only logical imaging is possible in RAID environment. Then it won't capture deleted files. How to face this problem? Okay. There are some challenges, of course. There are some challenges in forensic acquisition process. Something is better than nothing. That's why we were always relying on the physical acquisition process is the ideal method. But if it is not possible, then the logical acquisition methods and by extracting the contents of log files and all, and the timestamps, we can try to reconstruct the events. And if nothing is if that is not possible, we can rely on the backup files. Okay. So it will also give the results of the Google image search and all other web activities. And if there are email accounts and Outlook accounts on the in that image, it will also extract those kinds of information as well. So this autopsy is a wonderful tool, and there are many ingest modules. Those are customizable. You can write your own ingest module in Java or in Python. Nowadays it supports Python as well. So if any of you are interested, please do feel free to contribute to this open source project, so that it's helpful for many, and it is a wonderful way to learn things. By the way, oh, anti-forensics. Okay. There are so many anti-forensic methods, but we will be relying on multiple image sources, multiple sources. If you are carefully analyzing, we can identify that if there is any chance of anti-forensic softwares. For example, if you are looking at the list of installed softwares itself on this image, that's a good question. Thank you. We can check with the program name if any anti-forensic software has been already been installed in this, and if any anti-forensic software has been installed, we should be cautious with the kind of evidence that we gather from this device. And sometimes even some of the best anti-forensic softwares, they won't be able to remove some logs, access time logs or some logs. So we'll be getting evidence from some other places. So we should be cautious in accepting the evidence from a system that's having anti-forensic software. Yeah, that's a good question. Where to find some image files to analyze for such study purpose? I will share the link on this channel, okay, after the event. I tried with the images. I tried for images with lower size. Then I had some difficulty. That's why I have created an image for myself for the session. That's why I have shared that link on the Google Drive, okay, this 100 MB image that I have created myself. So don't wait for any sample images, create it for yourself, then you can learn the things as well. For doing CTF kind of things, you can download sample images from the internet. There are so many sources. I'll post the links on the Discord channel. And if there are any more doubts, feel free to contact me. And I'm available on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Telegram. And by the way, I do have a website called vipinonline.com. My email address is Victor Uniform 3 Yankee Victor Golf at gmail.com. Let me share that email address. Okay. So if there are any comments or feedbacks or something, please let me know. If there are any doubts, I'll be glad to answer them. Hope the session has been useful for you, and it may make you interested in digital forensics. And thank you, Cyberdome Kozhikode team, for inviting me, and I'm thankful for my superior officers and colleagues who has contributed me much to my knowledge, and they inspired me to learn new things and learn how to recover data from a damaged hard disk and all. Oh, there is a good question in the chat box. What if the cybercrime was done through a VM? Is it traceable? That's a good question. It is also traceable. We cannot absolutely say yes or no, but we can try. That's why Autopsy is also having an ingest module for analyzing virtual machines, and it is improving much. It is improving. Whenever we are ingesting a disk image, it shows. Okay, let me. Okay. It shows virtual machine extractor. It's possible to extract. It's possible. We can try it. Okay. May not be always be successful, but keep on trying. Thank you. And by the way, there is one more thing. Even if we are not able to extract the evidence right now, it's better to keep the original evidence as such. And maybe in the near future, somebody may write a new plugin, and we may be able to analyze that image in a new perspective. Something that happened with the old photographic plates. I hope you might have heard about old photographic plates stored in Germany and all. In those days, the pictures developed were not much clearer. But nowadays, with modern hardware, computer-based optical methods, those images can be enhanced. So the collection process has to be much precise. We always have to collect the evidence in a forensically sound manner. Thank you. And I would like to have the feedback on the Discord session. If there are any doubts, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Thank you once again.
As you all know, CTF events are almost interesting and challenging part for cyber conferences. It's time for us to commence the CTF event of our Cyber Security Summit 2021. CTF events consist of a series of challenges that vary in their degree of difficulty, and the participants have to exercise different skill sets to solve. Once an individual challenge is solved, a flag is given to the player and they submit this flag to the CTF server to earn points. Players can be lone wolves who attempt the various challenges by themselves, or they can work with others to attempt to score the highest number of points as a team. As always, our event is time based and the points are totaled once the time has expired. The winning player or the team will be the one who secured the highest score and thus solved the most challenges. The winners will get prizes worth up to 50,000 rupees. The first prize is 25,000 rupees, second prize is 30,000 rupees, and the third prize is 7,000 rupees. And the next top 10 will get cool swags. And this is Cyber Security Summit 2021 sponsored by SBI, our Platinum Conference partner, MyG, our Golden Program partner, CAFIT, our Silver Program partner.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി.
Guys, कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं. मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश.
ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in.
ये सेफ है पर पॉसिबल नहीं. मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो.
മൈജി സ്മാർട്ട് ചോയ്സ്. എക്സ്ചേഞ്ചിന് സമയമായി. ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ്സ് പഴയതാണോ? മൈജിയിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം.
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. This fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala Police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന